Warwick Finance Committee will be beginning in about 1 minute. Good evening. The time is now 5:04. The Warwick Finance Committee is beginning. I'm going to make a motion for acceptance on the March 7th minutes of 2022. I move favorable action.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
We are now on to PCR 34-21 from the bid package. Item number 1, bid number 1 is 2022-284, water tank rehabilitation. I see Director DiPetrillo standing up. Good evening.
Good evening. We went out to bid to rehabilitate both of our Bolt Hill tanks. One tank is 5.5 million gallons, one tank is 6.5 million gallons. We had those tanks inspected last year in 2020. The report came back not so good. The recommendation by the engineers was to tear down those two tanks, replace them with two brand new ones, with the cost anywhere from $10 to $50 million. My staff came up with the idea, let's do some footwork, and let's contact the original builder of the tanks, DN Tanks out of Hopkinton, Mass. Not knowing how those tanks were constructed back in 1969, roughly. They did their engineering work and came up with a solution. The tanks did not have to be taken down, but they could be rehabilitated. So we went out to bid. We had a mandatory pre-bid meeting. Only two companies showed up. Out of that pre-construction bid meeting, we only had one bid. And that bid came out at $2,318,200. Their proposal, which is going to be warranted for 5 years, and it's going to get us 20 years more life out of these tanks. Interior repair work, along with a 1/16 of an inch poly coating, exterior work, new vents, manway hatches for future inspections, exterior work, repairing it. You know, sometimes it's part of the cement flaking off. From that $2,318,200, Kent County Water shares 27% of the cost because they use those tanks for their system as well. So that brings us down to roughly about $1.7 million for the cost of the city of Warwick. In light of not replacing the tanks, spending this $1.7 million to not have to replace those, it's going to be beneficial to the city. And these tanks act as a reservoir. So it's gravity fed from the Situate Reservoir, and the 11 million gallons store the water, but it also supplies pressure to our gravity system. We're very unique. We only have one pump in our system, which is in Warwick Neck. So these tanks are very important to us for pressure. DN tanks out of Hopkins, Mass. The original, they originally constructed it. They've done a lot of work throughout the country. They don't work for us in the past. We had a problem in 2014 with the floor cracking, and it was leaking. The city opted, for some reason, I don't know why, to take the shortcut and not do this back then. And here we are again faced with it today. So our proposal is to, let's get this done right the first time and not have to revisit it again.
Thank you. You said at the beginning of the dissertation, and I didn't quite understand the sentence. You said you used a 5-year analogy to the 20-year analogy. Could you repeat that for me,
Yeah,
please?
absolutely, Councilman. The work going to be performed by DN Tanks is going to be guaranteed for the work they're doing now for 5 years. Okay. But the life expectancy of the work they're going to do is going to be 20 more years.
Okay. And a new tank, what's the life expectancy of a new tank, saying that these are already 50 years old?
Yeah, so a new tank, if it's a steel tank, 30, 40 years, 60 years, not really sure,
And the cost would have been 10 to 15 million.
10 to 15 million, they're correct.
To 20 years. Thank you. Questions from the committee?
I have a couple.
Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. Thanks, Director. Couple questions. I might jump around here a little bit, but you mentioned Kent County's got a 27% share of the expense here. How do we actually realize their share?
Well, we have an agreement, Councilman, dating back to the 60s for a 27% share cost from that transmission line, which comes out of, so you have the aqueduct that comes out of Providence. It travels through Cranston. We have a 42-inch line that's tapped off of that coming down East Avenue. So Kent County actually buys water off of us. It's called a wheeling of water. So it's in their best interest. It's part of the infrastructure, their infrastructure also.
Got it. And so the repayment, so I see that this is for 2.318 million, of which 27% is their share.
Correct. So what we'll do, this is my first time at this, we'll pick up the tab. And I've been in contact with Kent County with this whole process, with the bidding process and our proposal. And then, we'll go to them and, when the project's complete, and, we'll recoup our 27%.
Okay. So there'll be some sort of transfer. I guess I'm just interested, I can follow up after, just interested in the mechanism for how those funds come back in. Is there any risk during this process of rehabilitating the towers, that there be any damage or something that would?
No, come to find out, the way they're constructed is actually pretty simple. When we had the original inspection report, they said there was some rebar corrosion. Well, come to find out, there's no rebar inside that. It's pretty much a slab set in place on a pad, and it's wrapped kind of like a whiskey barrel, every inch apart, and it's just kind of, so it's very easily constructed. So no.
Okay. And then I know, just from past comments that have been made or, articles and whatnot, that there's, a lot of high priority issues, around our water infrastructure. So, how much of sort of our high priority punch list does this address for you, and how much is still remaining?
So right now we have, in our budget this year, we actually compiled to fiscal year 25, a plan to address every need that the water department is facing. We have a budget plan, capital plan, but I would say this is number 1 or 2 on a priority list right now. The other one being the transmission line that runs out of the highway, which is in design right now. So with this project with the tanks and that transmission line, we're in the design phase with the transmission line and ready to award this contract. Those are the 2 major issues facing us right now.
Okay, great. Sounds like good progress. So that's excellent. And then, so if we were to approve this tonight, when does this work commence, and how long will
It will,
it take?
it will commence this spring, and it's going to be wrapped up by November.
Okay. All right, great. That's all I have, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Terry.
Councilman?
Terry, you made a couple of points that I thought were interesting. But one of the questions I have is, what is the schedule for inspections on these tanks? Is it once a year, once every 5 years, never?
Yeah, it's a great question, Councilman. We're governed by the Department of Health in the EPA. So we have to do an internal inspection every 5 years, which the council approved last year when we went ahead with that inspection. Externally, every year, but internally, every 5 years.
And during these inspections, I'm not referring to punch list items. I'm talking about anything significant. Was there anything significant noted in any of these inspections? Cracks, pinholes, wear, whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. So when the inspection came back, it was I believe it was Tank Industries Consultants that did the tank inspection. And what they do is they go in there with the rover, and the rover also has a vacuum on it. So you'll develop a little bit of settlement over the years. So they vacuum out the sediment, pump it out, and also take a video of what they're covering. We notice deficiencies, cracking in the walls, cracking on the floor. But part of this bid is to repair the damage that's done. And the biggest thing is the poly coating that they're going to apply on the inside and the concrete. So you're actually going to have a barrier between the water and the cement going forward.
So a very important part of what they're doing is to continue to protect the quality of the water that we're all getting.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if it's ever occurred, but I don't think any one of us want to sit here and experience a tank failure with 11 million gallons of water in it.
That'd be catastrophic.
Terry, you said that this 27% cost share from Kent County Water Authority dates back to the 60s. Has the percentage of their participation changed at all in the last 60 years?
Not that I'm aware of, Councilman. The last time we believe we had some repairs to the tank was 2014, in which they contributed 27% at that time also. But as far as I don't believe that's changed at all.
And how much water does Kent County Water Authority purchase from us today versus what they purchased from us in the 60s? That's a question that just came up because you brought up the point. See, this is what happens. You guys come to the mic and you start getting my brain working, and here we are.
Councilman, I can gladly get you those numbers tomorrow morning. But I will tell you, it's not as much as it was in the past. Kent County relies on wells as long as buying water off of us. But in all, the whole city doesn't use the water we used to because of high efficiency toilets, dishwashers, washing machines. So that number is down from the 60s.
But they have toilets and dishwashers and washing machines in Kent County.
Right, but they're not using as much water as we used to.
We're not, or they're not?
All of us. Kent
All
County,
of us.
yeah, all of us. Kent County, including ourselves. And people are a little more aware of how much water they use because a good majority of the city is sewer now. So your sewer, your water bill reflects on your sewer usage also.
Well, part of the reason we're not using as much water is because we've gone from, 88,000 people to 83,000. So, that would have, some impact on that. So who goes about negotiating with Kent County Water Authority for their contribution towards the repairs of these tanks?
Well, Kent County is actually, we've talked about it. They actually, with their attorney, they want to revisit this agreement. We turned it over to our solicitor, to deal with their attorney. That was maybe 8 months ago, and I don't know where it is at this point.
I think it'd be interesting, to find out about, because I would like to know if there's any intent on their part or our part to have them increase that percentage that they do.
Well, I believe on their
Just
part,
curious.
I think they want to,
It's what, please?
on Kent County's part, they want to lower the percentage.
Sure. Of course they would. So, well, that will remain to be seen. Are we under any obligation to sell water?
Yes.
No, that was just, that was a wise guy. That was a wise guy question. Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'm good.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from members of the council? Comments or questions concerning bid 2022-284 from members of the public? Please state your name, please, into the microphone.
My name is Rick Casella. I live in Ward 1. Terry, you said that the Kent County Water Authority will contribute 27% of the total cost of this renovation, and that they would pay us when we're finished. Do you have a mechanism that would certify that they have the availability of funds to make that payment promptly, or are we going to have to rely on their promise?
No, Rick, we've had many discussions from the start of this.
So there'll be something in writing before we start that they're on the hook, or
Yeah.
do we bill them, or do they bill?
No, we'll build them.
Okay.
And this is more a question for finance. That's not my forte, but from the very start, right up until we commence work, we're working
The
together.
availability of funds will be
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the public concerning this bid? Thank you. All set? Thank you so much. Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Bid item number 2 is bid 2022-285, Warwick Police Department renovation analysis. Major Lima, welcome.
Good evening. Major Mike Lima, Warwick Police Department. The police department advertised a request for qualifications for an anticipated renovation of the police department that is much needed. The police department was built in 1974 with very few updates to the building since that time. There are many design flaws in the building construction that underutilizes the space and also compromises both officer and civilian safety and security. Additionally, there are numerous electrical, HVAC, plumbing, and roofing concerns within the building that need to be addressed. Outside security and safety and parking issues are other areas that need to be looked at for improvement. The police department conducted a needs assessment on our own to try and narrow down the scope of work to be looked at. Based on this, the following items were included in the facility needs assessment that were given to prospective firms: a thorough evaluation of locker room deficiencies, office space constraints, and evaluation of use of space in the main and upstairs lobbies and community room. A thorough evaluation of the deficiencies throughout the building and grounds. Evaluation should include bringing the current facility up to public safety standards. Evaluation and recommendation for securing the front entranceway and creating a more secure checkpoint upon entry. Approximate replacement costs and/or renovation costs to include costs to repair and to replace all deficiencies. Produce scaled plans and specifications sufficient for construction bidding to enable the city to budget and schedule the improvements. And also, the architect is encouraged to provide alternative designs based on extensive experience with public safety complexes. The bid proposal contained a score sheet in which submissions would be evaluated on based on the following criteria. 1, experience of firm on similar projects, public safety buildings preferred. 2, years of experience of personnel. 3, recent similar projects. And 4, schedule, meaning how quickly can the firm produce. The police department received 5 bids, which were all independently reviewed by the command staff. After our scores were tabulated, based on the score sheet, we averaged our scores together and came up with a final list of firms that we put in order. One firm did not have the qualifications we were looking for, specifically public safety experience, and they were not considered. The following 4 firms, listed in order of ranking, highest to lowest, were deemed by the review committee to be the most highly qualified firms: Castle Booz Associates, Tecton Architects, Secotio and Associates, and Rouse Architects. In accordance with both the federal and state law, the department is requesting permission to negotiate a fair and reasonable price with the highest qualified firm. Throughout the negotiation of price, the city will receive the best possible price for the completion of the scope of work at the police department. The department requests that this RFQ 2022-285 be awarded with a spending authority of up to $60,000. If approved, funding of these expenses would be allocated from budget code 440-0416.
Thank you, Major. Questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Sure. Thanks, Major, for the thorough explanation here. So was this work that you all had on your list that you were sort of working towards, or is this responsive to some of the things that have occurred recently, or what's the context here?
Both. The building's just about 50 years old. It has not had any major improvements for about 20 years. The last major improvement we had was our dispatch center, which really had no bearing on the rest of the police department. I'm sure you guys have all been to the police department. There's the front entranceway. It's wide open. It's not secure. It has access to many other different parts of the police department. We had an incident a couple months ago there. That kind of accelerated this process a little bit, but we had been looking at this when the colonel came back to the police department as one of a priority to get done. Realistically, this probably should have been done a while ago, but now we're here at this point that we're trying to get it done.
And are you thinking about this like, this is sort of the first step that we do this year, get some plan, some sort of plan back, and then start to think about what costs would be and what the scope would actually be, and this is a next budget year cycle or further out than that, or is this something that you're trying to accelerate faster than that?
Well, that's what this will do. That'll get a firm in to kind of go over the police department and figure out kind of what we're looking for, what those improvements could cost, and then what's actually feasible to do.
Yeah.
We don't want to get to the point where the building might need to be completely replaced if we keep waiting, 10, 20, 30 more years. So we're trying to be a little proactive right now, do improvements to it. We're expanding, we're growing as an organization. This was built again 50 years ago. So the same office space that they had then is different now. In different areas of that building, again, are wide open that could be utilized for office space and different needs.
Okay. It's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
Can you just for the record, can you just explain the difference? This is a little different bid than normal. The RFQ portion of this, just explain, because it's a little different than the normal way that we go through this. If you could just explain that process for the record.
Correct. So we put this out advertising for qualified firms to submit, their intentions of possibly working with us. They provided packages on their expertise. We had a scoring criteria, which basically covered those topics that I talked about, basically experience of firm, the years of experience, recent similar projects and schedule, and those are all weighted. And then once we came up with our scores, we came up with a list. Now, once we have that list in place, we have to start with the number one person on our list. We go to that firm and we try to negotiate a price to get this work done. If it's something that's acceptable to the city and to the firm, it's agreed upon, and then that firm can start with the process. If it's not, we move on to number 2, and then number 3, and number 4.
Thank you, Major. I just wanted that to point out because it is a little different than the
Correct.
normal
Yep.
presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any other questions from the committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
Major, as I understand it, what you're going to be looking for from these 4 prospective companies is to do an evaluation of the building from the foundation to the roof, including structural, mechanical, electrical, leaks, etc. They will put together a plan, or whoever receives the nod to proceed, is going to implement a plan to do all these repairs. So that'll be in addition to the 60,000?
Correct. The
Okay.
60,000 is just to get that plan in
Okay.
place. And it also includes the outside of the facility as well, not just the inside.
And then whatever the number, we can pick any, arbitrary number. Here's what needs to be done. Here's what the cost is. Or here's what needs to be done. Will a bid be happening to get that work performed?
Correct. That's a whole nother process.
That's going to be a separate process, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, this is, what you're doing is it's overdue. I mean, we don't, forget it, go back to 1976. It's overdue. I've been into the station, let me add, as a visitor exclusively. Yeah. And having said that, the chief has pointed out to me some areas of problems with leaks, and it's just been ongoing and been very, very difficult to pinpoint what those problems are. So, yeah, you absolutely need to get some people in the know to be able to address those, and you need to get these things done. We can't afford to build a whole new police station. We can't afford to build a lot of things. But what we do need to do is to prevent what you said, the ultimate demise of this building. So I think it's good forward thinking, and I support this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council? Members of the public? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on bid 2022-285? Members of the public? Thank you. We are now at the part of the bid package where I will call on members of the committee, members of the council, and then members of the public if they would like to discuss an item from the bid package. So I will begin first with members of the committee. Councilman Gebhardt. Certainly. Thank you, Councilman. Is there any item or any bid that members of the council would like to discuss? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to discuss item 2022-368, Crisis Negotiator Conference, found on page 51.
Thank you. Councilman?
Sir,
Is that all? I apologize.
that's
you.
it. It's an easy night tonight for you guys.
Any other members of the council? Is there any items that members of the public would like to discuss from the bid package? Any items members of the public would like to discuss from the bid package? Thank you. So we'll begin with bid number 2022-368, found on page 51 for a crisis negotiator conference with a bid of $4,289.64. And Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Major, I don't have an issue with what you want to do. It's more of a question. So you have the cost of the conference itself, the center, miscellaneous, per diem. If when all the receipts come in for the hotel cost, the per diem cost, the miscellaneous costs, if they do not exceed these numbers, then this amount that we approved is more like an up to $4,289. Is that correct?
The numbers that we have listed here are basically finalized. So the lodging has already been set. The conference obviously has been set, and the per diems are contractual.
Okay, then I guess where I'm confused is what's the difference between, so per diem is, tell me what is miscellaneous for and what is per diem for?
Because the way our contract was written, we only authorized $15 a day for food, which was great probably 40 years ago. But that just doesn't cut it anymore. So there is
Doesn't even buy breakfast anymore.
right. So there is a provision in there that allows for an extra $15, which
Okay.
still $30 a day for food still is probably not enough, but that's why it's raised. So the way it has to be split up is the per diem is the original 15 per day per person, and then the miscellaneous is the other
Okay.
15.
That makes sense. I'm fine with that. Thank you. Good luck to him for that, too.
Thank you, Councilman. Members of the committee? Any discussion, comments, question? Members of the council? Members of the public pertaining to bid 2022-368? Members of the public? Thank you. That concludes the Finance Committee consent calendar. If I may have a motion.
I'll move favorable action.
Thank you. I have a move for favorable. I have a second. I will second that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We now move on to the committee agenda. If I may have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for March 7th.
Move favorable action.
I will second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. PCR 28-22, formerly bid 2022-336, repairs to rescue 2. This was held 2 weeks ago. I've been in contact with the fire department. However, I'll let Chief go ahead and we'll begin the discussion. Go ahead.
So this was a request, 56-6 request to Tasker Ford to pay an invoice with insurance proceeds for damage that occurred to our Rescue 2. We did get as much backup documentation as we could get from Tasker and from the trust, and we forwarded that off to the committee.
Thank you. And so I'll go from there. So this was a situation where Rescue 2 needed the repairs due to a claim. It was then passed on to the trust. The trust and Tasker agreed to a cost to remake the repairs. The trust then cut the check to the city of Warwick to pay Tasker for a deal that was made between them two.
Correct.
So to fill in the council and the committee and the public, I then spoke to, kind of did some research to find out if it's a normal happening where the trust and another, like two outside entities would make an agreement, but then send it to the city to act as a middle person to make a payment on it. And it doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be consistent, but it happens. So upon speaking to, and finding out more, it seems like that's something that shouldn't be happening anymore. And I kind of made the request that that shouldn't happen. If an insurance entity is going to make an agreement with the repair shop, then they usually pay the repair shop directly. It's not cut to the city to then pay the repair shop.
Yeah, I don't think it's as much as an agreement between them. I believe you go to the repair shop, you give them the estimate of what the trust and the group that did the estimate for the trust had approved,
Right.
And then Tasker agrees to be able to do that repair within that allotted amount of money. I think it's an
Right.
agreement with it's Tasker agreeing with the estimate from the trust, not the trust and Tasker coming up to an agreement
Okay.
of the labor rate.
Thank you. Good. That's what I wanted to explain. So the check was already cut from the trust to the city.
Correct.
It is currently sitting in the account.
Yes,
Task is just waiting for us to make the payment.
that's correct.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate, the explanation. I'm still not satisfied with what's taking place here. And no reflection on the fire department, no reflection on our administration. It's mind-boggling to me that Tasker will not provide a document to this city council stating what the hours were put into that repair and what the hourly amount is for that repair. I understand the trust is paying for it. I also understand the taxpayers are paying the trust. Taxpayers pay the insurance. The trust doesn't work for us for free. In the years that I've been in this industry, my industry, I've had numerous occasions, unfortunately, where I've had to have vehicles repaired. We go in for insurance work. I'm not paying for it, the insurance company's paying for it. But as the taxpayer, or like the taxpayer, I'm paying for the insurance premium, so it's costing me. And the more that insurance cost or that repair is, that it costs me, the more it impacts my rates come renewal. It's troubling to me that Tasker or the insurance company, the trust in this case, will not present to us that information. When I get an insurance estimate from a body shop to fix one of my vehicles, every single thing is listed, every single thing. The hours put in to repair the fender, the hours to put in a headlight, the hours to do this, et cetera, the dollar amounts, shop charges, disposal fees, any little nut, washer, bolt, it's all in there. The same holds true when I'm dealing with an insurance company on behalf of one of my clients. The insurance company demands everything all broken down. And by the same token, they provide that breakdown to the homeowner because the homeowner is paying for the insurance. So it's upsetting to me that we're not being provided that information. And I think the process is flawed. We have spoken to it. There will be, apparently in discussion, there will be attempts to change it, but the process is clearly flawed in this case. I am not going to be supporting this payment, not because I have an issue with the fire department or I have an issue with this city council or the administration. I have an issue with voting for something that I don't know what the hell it is and how did we get there. So I'm not going to be able to support it for those reasons. And I'm glad to hear that there's conversation, at least in the process or in the beginning, of changing this process. Because this councilman wants to know, what am I paying for? And how much am I getting for that? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council? Members of the public pertaining to PCR 28-22, Repairs to Rescue 2. Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. I make a motion for favorable action.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item number 3, PCR 32-22, a resolution requesting the finance director provide the city council report on the cities. This is sponsored by Councilman Lattisaur and Councilman Ricks. Councilman Lattisaur?
Thank you, Chairman. So this isn't the first time that I go down this path with looking for this type of information. We all know that we have a major issue coming up. One of the major issues coming up is the schools and whether or not we want to recommend favorable action on a $350 million bond for schools, which very easily could rise much higher than that. I don't see how we can vote on such an issue unless we have all of the numbers. And this request has been made, I'm referring to previous administrations, and those numbers weren't forthcoming to the degree that I need to see. The numbers that I'm looking for is, let's call it an Excel spreadsheet. It's a number that's going to take into consideration everything. What the tax rate will look like if a $350,000 bond is approved. What it'll look like if it's not approved. What will the tax rate look like if we are reimbursed 52% of the 350 versus 43% that was talked to at one of our previous meetings? I think that it's important for us to have all of these numbers. The numbers that speak to lease purchases, dropped off, added on. We have the police department contract that was recently negotiated. That was, I believe, a 3.3% increase over 3 years. We have the municipal contract that was approved at 2.75. We have the school department contract that was approved at 3.3 in the first year, wasn't even funded. We have the fire department contract coming up, I believe, in June, and we don't know at this point in time where that's going to be. We have a huge deficit in the OPEB accounts. As of 2020, I think it was some $383 million worth of deficit. We have new vehicles that we need. We need the sanitation vehicles. We need the fire trucks, the rescues, the police cars, et cetera, et cetera. We have the police department who's in dire need of repairs to that building. We need to see where we are going to be next year and the year after and the year after. We need to see, as we do in the private sector, we need to understand what is our spending and what is our revenue. And in the interest of the city, the taxpayers need to have, a reasonable forecast of where they're going to be in this equation, because of course the taxpayers play a huge part in this equation. We need to see what all of our expenses are going to be, what the assumptions are, what the add-ons are. We need to see this, and we need to see it in very easy terms. The school department under the previous administration was famous for coming to us with a gazillion numbers. They'd put it up on that screen, and unless you had a magnifying glass the size of this desk, you couldn't see it. You wouldn't be able to track it anyways if you could see it, because numbers are just all over the place. If we have that type of analysis, that type of a spreadsheet, and it were maintained, it's very, very simple to, as an example, inflation was talked about some 2.73%. Now all of a sudden we have this problem that we're dealing with 8%. So you change the column. You change it from 2.7% to 8%, and this is your result. Very, very easy to do. I have a document that I use for pricing one of our services, and I can price it down to the nail. And it's very easy to just change numbers. You take out a number, you put in a number. But we're always knowing what it is. And for the 10 years, going on 10 years that I've been sitting on this city council, I have not seen a document that is as detailed as that. We see what's presented to us, but it doesn't include a lot of these assumptions. It doesn't include what is the anticipated cost increase of healthcare. It doesn't include what we would anticipate for salary increases over the next 4 or 5 or 6 years. So it's like, okay, let's react from year to year. That doesn't make sense to me. This is more important now than ever, because what is up in the air right now is these schools. Do we build 2 new schools? Don't we build 2 new schools? Do we really think we're going to do this for $350 million? I don't think so. So we need to know all of these costs put in place in an Excel spreadsheet type of document. More importantly is the taxpayers need to know, because to send something to the ballot and ask the taxpayers to vote up or down on such a significant number, a number, by the way, that we can't pay for implementing the maximum tax increase that we're allowed to do by law, not even considering the other obligations that we have. To ask them to vote on that without the numbers of today, next year, the year after, the year after, and the year after. This doesn't have to be limited to 5 years. This is something that can be done on an ongoing basis. But to ask them to vote for something that's going to have such a, or could have such a significant financial impact without them knowing that, let me kind of bring this full circle. All our expenses, all our revenue, we have X dollars and cents. If we, the taxpayers, if we approve this bond for X millions of dollars, this is exactly what we can expect it to cost us in our taxes. And unless we have that type of a detailed financial analysis, including a fiscal projection out for the next 5 years, I don't see how we can do that. And you've heard it many times, but I'm going to repeat it again. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And if you don't know the assumptions, projections, and anticipated costs, and you don't have an opportunity to see it in real time in live numbers, I don't know how you can plan. So this is why I've put this forward to request this type of report to be presented to us, as well as the people who are paying the bills, and also so that we can sit here and, if we're going to send this to the ballot for the schools to be voted on, that we're doing it knowing that we have done our best to get all those numbers out there in real time that we can. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, those are my reasonings for doing it. I will say in the past, under the previous administrations, those forecasts, the detail of analysis that I'm looking for, I didn't receive. That's why I'm doing this today, to make this request so that we can get on the same page with all the numbers and be able to present that to the taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this. I think it's important that we have as much information available as possible. I also support that we are asking the finance department to look into this. We have the top finance department in the state. We have a finance director that other cities and town finance directors go to on a daily basis asking for his advice. So this is the right path to get this information for. So I am in favor of this. I also want to point out that this administration and this city council has been putting our finances out there like no other before. We have already had 3 budget updates on this cycle going forward, that the finance director comes before the city council and gives a snapshot 3 months, 6 months, 9 months in, showing the books, showing where we are. Whereas previously, at least for my first 2 terms on the council, you know, we would talk about the budget at the budget hearings, and then we would be individual meetings, individual purchases at each council meeting. So this administration and this finance department has been providing this information. The only caveat I will throw out there is on the 5-year plan. The longer you go out, the more assumptions we're going to have to make. So, for example, union contracts are 3 years. So you're talking about getting assumptions for contracts, 2 different contracts. So again, 3 years might give you a more concrete numbers to look at. The farther you go out, the more assumptions we are going to have to make. That's a different council in 5 years, different mayor, different bills, different bond requests. Again, so I just wanted to put that out there. I support this in general. I do think the finance department has given us a lot of this information already. We saw the projections on the school. Best case scenario, $13 million tax increase. Worst case scenario, almost $20 million. So there are some numbers over there. I know the councilman is looking for other things put in there as well to give us a full picture, and I do support that. So I'm not here to put any motions or anything like that. I just want to put that food for thought. The farther the assumptions, I mean, the farther years we go out, the more assumptions we have to include. So those are my comments at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may I comment?
Thank you, Council President. Councilman, I apologize. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Council President. And I appreciate that support. I certainly concur with you with respect to the administration, this current administration being forthcoming to us and to me with requests and information that I've asked. I do respectfully disagree with the reluctance to support a 5-year forecast. And let me explain why. So a forecast is just what it is. It's a forecast of reasonable knowledge of the numbers and assumptions that you have in your hand today. So let's assume that we agree on this and we get a 5-year forecast. The 5-year forecast starts with today, and that number is going to be a very accurate number. 2 years out, it's still going to be reasonably accurate, but there's going to be some assumptions. In 3 years from now, things can change, and they will change. So in less than 3 years from now, we're going to have a new contract with the fire department, we're going to have a new contract with municipal, and we're going to have a new contract with the teachers. So there is some assumptions that can be used which are reasonably accurate assumptions, if there's such a thing as an accurate assumption, because history tells us what the trend has been for the previous 5 years for those assumptions. But if you remember in my comments in the beginning of this, I said that the spreadsheet is something that can be changed daily, just like on one of my pricing forms. In the past year, I probably had to change my prices a couple of dozen times. So I can forecast, here's what the cost of this item will be this year, but I'm gonna have to change it because the pricing changes. The same thing with the 5-year forecast. This isn't something that you're going to take to the bank and say, okay, I'm gonna have $100 guaranteed to save. But it's going to be a realistic assumption because it's going to be based on the history. It's going to be based on the trends that we have already experienced, the trends that are documented in the past. If a contract comes in and it's less than what we anticipated for the increase, it's a click of the mouse and it's a change of the number. If it comes in higher, it's the same thing. It isn't like, oh my God, you know, the sky is falling in. You're going to have a reasonably accurate forecast for 5 years that can and will change, part of it based upon your 5 years prior or 10 years prior or your average there too. And it can change as our costs change and as contracts change. So in year 3, we take a look at it and we say, okay, so this particular bargaining group, they got a raise a little more than we anticipated. Boom, you plug in a number and you update your 5-year forecast. Otherwise, you're driving blind. You're driving blind. We can't sell anything if we don't know where we're going. You wouldn't buy anything if you didn't know how you were going to pay for it. So I think the 5-year forecast, I think it's very reasonable. It's very reasonable to get that 5-year forecast. It's very simple to amend and change that forecast. You're not going to have this drastic swing. The 5-year forecast may say, okay, in 5 years from now, we're going to have a budget of $360 million. It's not going to come in at $460 million. It might fluctuate, you know, here or there. It's a forecast. It's an intelligent projection of existing numbers, previous numbers, and with some speculation and assessments going forward. I think that is financially responsible. I think it's financially prudent for us to receive, and I think it's imperative that the taxpayers get this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to pivot and request that the Finance Director, Schaefer, I would like your input on what the Council President and what the Councilman just discussed on the 3 versus 5 years and your input on this legislation.
I want to point out that back in the Raimondo administration, they passed something called the Transparency Portal. And one of the provisions is within 30 days of final action on their budget, each city or town should provide the division a 5-year forecast in the form and format required by the division. We have done that, and we supplied that to the state
in August. Now you would ask, why didn't we give it to you? The form and format acquired by the state has 41 columns and 479 rows for the city of Warwick. This is hiding most of the columns with all the assumptions. It's 4 pages like this. I don't think it's very good right now because so much has changed in this past year. We assume big health insurance increases in this forecast. Right now, we're looking at no increase next year. That's what we're being told by the trust. On the other hand, energy costs, who would have forecast what's happening in the energy? So I don't dispute that this should be done, and it is done. And I can make it, when we pass the next budget, I can make that available. If you can wade through and read this information. What I don't want to do is do this twice. Once as required by the state, and a second time in some other format. The state has decided this out. And by the way, there's other things. We have to submit to them a budget as enacted, budget survey, and then quarterly, after the first 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, we provide a quarterly report to the state. Now, I talked to our contact with the state this morning, and most places are in compliance with those two, the end of the enacted budget report and the quarterly reporting. We're one of the few places that does the 5-year forecast, and we're not even compliant because the school department hasn't been doing it. So there's 2 parts of this. There's one, the city side, which is 48% of the total budget. Then there's the school side, which is 52% of the total budget. And the school department has not been compliant on the 5-year forecast. And they were in transition at the time that we were filing our report this past August. They got a great new school business manager, and I'll certainly communicate with him after the budget's passed this year. And one other thing is the Councilman Lattiser is talking about including the $350 million. I thought we did a pretty good job supplying you information on that. I would not include that until there's some action by the council to go forward, for example. I wouldn't feel comfortable including those costs as part of a regular 5-year forecast. So those are my comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman.
Yes, thank you. So
Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, everyone has to have a chance to speak. The councilman has already spoken twice. If we can have, open it up to the rest of the committee, the council, we gotta let everyone have a chance to speak before someone speaks for a third time.
Mr. President, this is a question to Mr. Schaefer.
I know, but you've already spoken twice. We gotta let everyone have an opportunity.
So what,
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think what we'll do then in agreement with the president is I'll let everyone do their opening and then we'll go back to the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from the committee? Or comments?
I'll just make a brief statement of support. I mean, I think a lot of valid commentary so far. Of course, in a complicated financial projection, the further you go out, the less likely it is to be dead on, but certainly a valuable tool in assessing where we are and a valid part of the decision-making framework for all things, including this pending school issues. So completely support all around. Also completely agree. We don't want to put the finance department through making some sort of redundant presentation to what they've already done. But I'm sure the way the state is requesting us to prepare these forecasts may not be the most consumable. So maybe what's needed is some level of follow-up so that we all understand how to interact with what's already been available and how to best digest it and how to understand what the assumptions are. But all around, it sounds like we're moving in the right direction. We want to make sure that we all have clarity on where we stand before we make a decision on where we're going to go, especially on a big ticket item like schools. We want to be able to make this information consumable for the public. Want to make sure that we can all explain that we understand it, and answer questions as a big team here to try to help make the best decisions for the city. So I appreciate it. That's really all I have to add there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council? Co-sponsor, Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'd like to briefly express my support, and I do think that a 5-year forecast is in order. We have done these 5-year forecasts before. I find them to be useful, and although some of the details may be different looking years out, there are a lot of knowns that we do have to work from. We know what our bond payments should be as to the bonds that have been previously approved. We can make some reasonable assumptions on what healthcare costs will be that far out. We can make some reasonable assumptions based on the contractual commitments that we have already made that are within that 5-year period, and we can make some reasonable assumptions or provide a range for, okay, this is what it would look like if similar terms to the existing contracts were to be approved as to future years. And all of that can be explained as part of a 5-year forecast. This can give us a general picture on, okay, if we are continuing in the very same direction, and if there aren't any earth-shattering changes. I certainly am aware that we didn't see COVID-19 coming at the time of the last forecast back in August 2019. But putting aside those sorts of earth-shattering events and massive injection of money from the federal government, things like that, it can certainly be helpful for us to have a general understanding of if everything is continuing on the pace that it's going right now, are we going to be expecting 0%, 2%, 4% tax increases to be the norm to keep up with expenses? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So we heard comments that we've received some information on best case and worst case scenario for the schools. We need to know what is the number, best case, worst case, based on what? Now, Mr. Schaefer, I'm going to ask you to repeat your comment about your position regarding the $350 million for the schools being presented to us in the forecast. Did I understand you correctly to say that you didn't feel that was necessary? What did you say about the 300? What I want a projection, $350 million, assuming that the school's going to cost us $350 million. What I'm looking for is a number that the taxpayers are going to be well aware of when they go into that voting booth to vote up or down. And I think it's absolutely imperative that we have that information. And best case, worst case? Yeah, okay, great. Give me worst case. Worst case is those schools could cost us $450 million. Best case is they're going to cost us $350. Give me the forecast. Tell me what the tax consequences are going to be to the taxpayers. We're going to get 52% or we're going to get 43%. We were told that at the last meeting we had that it was capped at, what was it, 250 million, I think the cap was. That comes out to 43%. So we got numbers all over the place. I don't know where those numbers are. I don't know what to tell my people when they call and they say, Councilman, how much do you think this is going to cost us if we go ahead and do these schools? My answer is, I don't know. I don't like giving that answer. I want to know.
Councilman Lattiser, I apologize. You started off with you had a question. What was the specific question that you'd like to ask Mr. Schaefer? I apologize.
Okay, the question was to repeat what you had said on the 350 million. As I understood it, you said that you would not be able to, or wouldn't, or couldn't, whatever, give us what the number is in the tax, what the tax consequences would be, including the 350 million in a 5-year forecast. How can you not provide that information?
I provided you 2 months ago a range of a forecast from 350
Right.
to 400 million, this 50% reimbursement versus 35% reimbursement. And I calculated what the tax rate increase would be based upon that.
That's correct. That's what you
But when
did.
you're talking about a
Councilman, please let him answer the question. Go ahead. Thank
But
you.
a 5-year forecast should be based upon something where action has been taken. And the council only took action to go to stage 2. The school committee will come back, and if we then have it on the ballot, absolutely, I will come out with another fiscal note and do fine tune that disclosure that I gave you 2 months ago.
That,
But
For
I
me-
think the two have to be separate projects.
how could there be separate projects? Before I can say, okay, this is a good thing to do, I need to know what it is. What you gave us was, here's what the tax would be for just that portion of the school. I want to know what is the total tax rate consequence cost to the taxpayers going to be if they approve a $350 million bond funded at 52% or funded at 43% versus 450 million with a 52% return and a 43% return. That's not a difficult,
And
that's
I-
not a difficult
and I did
math
that
problem for you to do.
I would say I did that for you 2 months ago.
No, that's not what you did 2 months ago. I don't remember seeing anything that says, if we go ahead and we do and approve a bond for $350 million, and we include all of the other things that we're talking about, here's what the tax is going to be. I don't remember seeing that number, because if there was such a number, it was going to far exceed what our legal ability is to raise taxes. We can only raise taxes by less than $9 million right now. And those taxes just on that 350, I think were, what was it, $1.50 or something? We can't do it.
Councilman, so I'm gonna go ahead and redirect us on the PCR. I understand what you're saying. Mr. Schaefer gave his input on this resolution before us. So what I'm gonna do now is move on to the public comment. And I'm gonna request if anyone in the public would like to speak on PCR 32-22, please come to the mic. I do request that you state your name, as well as all questions, any questions directed will be directed through the chairman of this committee. Thank you.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. I'd like to continue the conversation based upon some of Councilman Lattisor's comments. So obviously, I'm in favor of a 5-year plan. I also think we need a 10-year plan, because we need to have a lookout, see where we're actually going. And we've really never done that. And it's never been portrayed to the taxpayers, so we're in the blind. But I'm concerned with the two paragraphs 5 and 6 in the resolution, which specifically state about the debt obligations and the impact to any future borrowings and debt, including the $350 million school construction. So the point that I would like to make, kind of to piggyback on Mr. Lattisor's, is maybe I can ask the finance chairman, that $350 million, that value, where did that projection come from? That 350 million. In other words, the cost projections. When did we develop those cost projections, and who did it?
This is not my resolution. It's the number. You can ask the sponsor. I did not write this resolution, so I don't know where the number came from.
I know you didn't, but I would assume that that you would have knowledge of the body of this resolution where it talks about $350 million.
I'm speaking on the resolution as it's before us, and as far as the information within the resolution,
Okay, so I'm assuming that it
the
came,
main body of this is requesting that there be a 5-year audit.
Mr. Chairman, I'll respond to that if you'd want.
All right, thank you.
So the 350 million, Mr. Cody, was the number that was provided to us from the school department. I did not inquire of the school department how they arrived at that number. I took the number as a cost estimate to build 2 schools. You've also heard me state earlier today and in the past, I don't believe for a minute that those 2 buildings will be built for 350 million. The cost, I believe, is going to be substantially more.
and I agree.
Hold on, let me finish. So that's
Councilman,
why,
I'd like us just to redirect on the discussion of the 5-year plan. Going
Okay.
into the cost of the school is another discussion on another day. This is requesting the 5-year
but,
projection.
Right.
Mr. Chair, so I am speaking to that because on line 34, it speaks to the 350 million in schools. And to go to
Understood.
Mr. Cody's point, I think, is that's why I've asked for that projection based upon the cost of the schools being 350. And you know what? Projected out as if the cost were 450, because we don't know.
Okay.
That's a swinging pendulum right now.
Yep,
Thank
thank
you.
you, thank you.
So that's actually my point, and that $350 million projection was contained within the Stage 2 report. That I don't think as of this date, anybody has read it, or at least read it thoroughly. I don't know if anybody has, they can comment on it, but, and that figure to me is problematic, not because we want to have a 5-year look ahead, but it should be accurate, right? We've all talked about accuracy in numbers in this council a lot of times, but I can tell you that this number is nowhere near accurate. And I've had extensive conversations with all players, including RIDE. So this 350 million, if it's 400 million, we need to know that because we need to be able to have.
Again, Mr. Cody, we are talking about a 5-year projection and moving this resolution forward for the city to supply a 5-year projection.
Right, well, this is in, the words are in this resolution about the $350 million school construction.
As an example, yes, it is.
Right, so
Now,
it's
but
part of-
you're debating whether or not it's going to be 400 or 350.
Well,
What we're
it's-
talking about is the resolution to move
I
forward if
understand
there's
that.
going to be a 5-year.
I understand. I'm talking about the contents of the resolution and whether or not they're accurate. And the reason that we need to know that they're accurate is because if we're going to have 350 million worth versus 400 million or whatever that number may be, what is the impact to the taxpayer? And we don't know that. And we've never known that because we don't have any type of projection. So it's very easy to pull up a spreadsheet and institute different variables into that spreadsheet to have a projection. And you can change that very easily. We do it all the time in private business. And the point being is, so if this is 350 million or if it's 200 million, what's going to be the direct impact to the taxpayer in 3 years or 5 years? I mean, we've heard statements that a 5-year plan is not worth the paper it's written on. So that's telling the taxpayer that we're going to keep you in the dark and we're not going to let you know how our spending and how our wish list is going to affect you in the future, how it's going to affect all of the city spending and city services and what your tax base is going to be. And that's problematic. And so in my opinion, I think that you've really opened the door with the language in this to address that issue and to address whether or not that $350 million is accurate, right? Because if it's not accurate, it changes everything. And I really think that you need to be accurate. And, you know, for a long time, the residents have been asking for some type of projection because they want to be able to plan their future. And we can't plan the future. And frankly, as Mr. Lattisaw said, we can only raise $8.6 million with a maximum tax increase. So it's incumbent upon the city council to have the necessary data in front of them to be able to project that out a number of years so people can make their decisions. Maybe they want to move out of Warwick. Maybe they want to move into Warwick. Maybe they don't want to open a business in Warwick because of the tax ramifications. And this council has never done that. And it's only fair to the people that are paying the bill that you make these representations and you make them with some form of accuracy so they can plan their lives. Yeah, and I don't, for the life of me, see why that hasn't been done in the future, right? Because we're flying blind, we don't have a plan, and it changes from year to year. At least this way, you could have an outlook so the people could somehow start to make decisions, right? I don't think that's unreasonable. And I don't think it's unreasonable for 5 years. It should be 5 years and 10 years. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman.
So I think the point that I made early on is with this document, with this Excel spreadsheet, for lack of a better term, this is why this particular item is so important, because we can get a number based upon 350 million. And it's simply pull out 350, plug in 450, and we can get a new number. That's what I want to be able to go back to my constituents and tell them, here's what the taxes are going to, here's what your taxes are going to be with everything inclusive if it's 350. If this goes to 450, here's what it's going to be. Are you prepared to pay the bill? We can't do that if we don't get that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Understood. Thank you. Good evening. Please identify yourself with your name.
Yep, my name is Katie Mulligan. I'm from Ward 5. So I'm glad to hear that so many the city council people support this because you guys are saving me a lot of time. A couple of points that I heard though. I am also in agreement with the 5-year because 3 years comes up way too fast. In a document that is alive, like Councilman Lattisaw is describing, like he said, it's with a touch of a button, you change your formula and you get the new, more accurate numbers. So easy peasy. I don't think the 3 years versus the 5 years. I don't think the 5 years should be a deal breaker at all. With all due respect to the finance director, he mentioned that he wouldn't put the cost of the schools in until action had been taken. Well, that's like asking if I can afford my family vacation after I bought the plane tickets. We have to know this stuff beforehand. So we can't wait for action to be taken. This is a future projection. And my final point is that I would love to see this be a rolling projection where every year we just tack on another year and all the numbers just keep going down the line. I mean, that would be the most ideal situation. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one more thing. Make sure that it would include the city budget and the school budget, because we heard from the finance director that it didn't include the school budget for some reason. So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Please identify your name.
Good evening, council members. Michelle Komar. Councilman Lattisaw, your comments straight on, spoken like a senior statesman. I thank you for them. This is something we long needed in the city of Warwick. This tool is needed as a financial analysis for both elected officials and the taxpayers. And it's the mayor and the city council that know the financial responsibility. I hesitate, don't want to use the word financial burden, of people who own property in Warwick or live here. And we need to know this. The enterprise fund in your budget, I'm going by recall, for the water department and the sewer department include 5-year plans. And I know the WSA has spreadsheets that are live, that they adjust based on their debt service, their payback, incurring more debt, and that helps them plan ahead for what sewer assessments are and what their sewer user fees are. A valuable tool. We don't have that on the city level. I don't know why. At least it's not accessible to the taxpayers. So I'm definitely in favor of this 5-year financial plan. And I wanted to include also sewer assessments because there's a misconception out there that sewer assessments, you don't have to pay them until you connect to the sewer. And I know, Councilman, I served on your sewer commission with you, so we know this fact, that is wrong. That's a misconception. You pay your sewer assessment after WSA knows all the final costs come in, any kind of extras due to sewer construction, and they come up with a final number. Now, the mayor has pointed out that Governor Francis Phase 3 in Bayside will be capped at $16,000. They're going to be paying that whether they connect to the sewer or not. That has to be incorporated into the financial responsibility of those who live in Warwick. I would also include the average water bill and the average sewer bill based on data, real data. The utility billing department is part of the tax assessor's office, and they have real data. So when you put in what the taxpayers are paying to live in Warwick, property tax, tangible property tax, the sewer assessments that people in other parts of the city, not just the two I mentioned, they're still paying, your water bill, your sewer bill. That's what people pay to live in Warwick. And we gauge that against quality of life. Do we like living here for that cost? Do we not like living here for this cost? That comes into play. So I think I brought up everything I need to bring up. I agree that the document needs to be live, because to put this on the ballot in November for taxpayers to vote on, we need the best information available. And if that best information available in November includes architectural and engineering cost estimates, which I think are more valuable than guesswork and ballpark figures, that's what the taxpayers want. And I hope that's available with the overall scheme of financial responsibility in a 5-year plan, so that we have this information for the November ballot. I think this information for a 5-year plan would also benefit a commission we have operating right now in the city, which is the Taxpayer Relief Commission. Valuable tool right here. Know what everybody's paying, so that if you have a good neighbor program, which you're helping out folks in need, who's picking up the slack? Are you putting it on somebody who's already paying a $16,000 30-year note, 20-year note for a sewer assessment? We need to know this, and it's never really been factored in. And I hope the mayor and the city council really see that this tool is needed for a 5-year plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come up to the microphone, identify yourself.
Thank you, Councilman. Robert Cushman, Ward 1, former Warwick City Councilman from Ward 1, former member of the Finance Committee. What we're talking about here is something that I've been advocating for years in this city. It's something that it's not difficult to do. It's not rocket scientists. 85% of our budgets, whether it's the school department or the city, is personnel costs. We have documents out there already that give us the answers that we need, up to 5 years. So I got to disagree with the council president when he talks about it's only accurate for 1 to 3 years. We know what raises we're going to give for our employees. To Councilman Lattisaw's point, we can put assumptions in for, let's say, a 4th or 5th year. We could even make them low, let's say 2%, 1.5%, so we can calculate those figures out. We know what the total cost of our healthcare is for our active and retired employees. We have actual reports. It says it. It tells you what the assumption is going forward for what the healthcare cost is going to be. Start with our baseline this year, this budget year, and you add that percentage in. We know how much we have to pay for our pensions. The actuarial reports tell us that. We have in the actuarial reports, if you read them, it tells you out into 5 years how much we have to pay for them. So what are we talking about for maybe assumptions? Commodity costs, the other 15% of the budget, services. We can put reasonable assumptions in, and we can build this model. You know, I have to go back, and I'm really dismayed by what I just heard from the finance director, because, you know, the council president, thank you for advocating for doing this. But, you know, you made a comment that you're confident that the city is willing or can do this. I don't know if I'm so much confident right now, because the finance director basically said, I've done a 5-year forecast, and we don't really need to do this again until we pass, you know, legislation to authorize $350 million in bonds. That's too late. to everybody's point that has made this, we're talking about generational borrowing here. We have basically $1 billion in unfunded liabilities. We're talking about putting 350 to 400 million more on top of those liabilities. You know, last time I called in, I'm glad I can see you, all your faces now. It's great to be here and be able to see you. I asked people during that stage 2 application, did anybody look at the capability of the city to do this borrowing? The formula, we went through that laborious formula, and we found out that the city doesn't even have the capability of doing this. We're gonna have to put a resolution on the ballot to spend more than what we're authorized by state law, and I guess the finance department basically said we could do that because it's related to this borrowing. But here's the question. If we borrow this much money, besides how much it's gonna cost, because it's gonna be massive, we're gonna have to have a supplemental tax increase. I think we all understand that. What's gonna happen in this city 5 years from now? We have a major water main break or some kind of major catastrophe in the city. I think everybody can understand, you know, borrowing costs, their FICO score. You see a FICO score all the time. If you've borrowed so much money that the credit agencies, you're so far over your max, for a person, an individual, they're not going to let you borrow anymore. Now, for a city, we're the ATM, you can keep taxing us higher and higher, but we're going to pay larger rates. The question is when you make decisions like this, what effect are these decisions going to have down the line, that things that we're not even thinking about, right? So when I look at this, and I just want to bring up a point that Mr. Cody brought up. The RIDE application that has $350 million on this, and this is maybe a question. If it turns out that we don't have the right, well, I guess my understanding is once this goes through, we can't change it. So RIDE's going to come back. They're going to come back to the council. The council will probably have a public hearing and decide, do we want to put this $350 million bond on the ballot, right? So let's say we start with the school instruction. We don't have the inflation factors, right? We don't have Pilgrim High School as a emergency shelter. I don't know if you're aware of this, but all the engineering plans is that it's not an emergency shelter. And I think right now it is an emergency shelter because last August, the governor named Pilgrim High School one of the 5 emergency shelters in the entire state. So if you look at the application document, it's not being built as an emergency shelter.
Mr. Cushman?
Okay.
Once again, I'm going to ask to
All right,
redirect
all
back
right.
to the
So
resolution.
my question is this. We start the borrowing, we start building the schools, right? We've only borrowed a set amount of money. What happens at the end of the project if we need $10 or $20 million more? What are we going to do? To the chair.
We're talking about the resolution seeking a 5-year plan.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have another massive supplemental tax increase. This is why we need this 5-year forecast with a variable that puts in the $350 million, that puts in the $56 million that you haven't authorized for the schools, right? Am I correct? There's $56 million that hasn't been released, Mr. Chairman?
We are speaking of the
yes.
resolution
Yes.
for a 5-year plan.
Yeah, right.
We are not speaking about the amount of money that's going into the school. We're not speaking about the schools.
A
We're
5-year,
speaking about
yes.
the request. The
Yes.
name, I'll read it. A resolution requesting the finance director provide the city council a report on the city's financial projections and budget forecast for the next 5 years. So we are discussing the request
Yes.
that the finance director
Absolutely.
does that.
Would that
We are
include
not
future
discussing
borrowing?
about $50 million.
Would that
for the
include all
schools.
future borrowing that hasn't been released, that potentially could be released? Would that plan include that?
It is the 5-year resolution requesting the
Okay, so-
finance director to provide
All
the
right,
city
so I'm
council
just going to go
report.
on record that the chairman doesn't want to answer that, but we have $56 million in bond
And
money.
Mr. Cushman, I'm going to go on record saying that you keep trying to invert and put in other things that are not on discussion right now. So I'm going to ask you one final time to please stay focused on the resolution before us that the finance director give us a 5-year plan.
Is the $27 million that you just approved for November, would that be part of the 5-year forecast?
That is the discussion of the resolution.
Through the chair, can I ask the sponsor if that would be included?
I don't see the purpose of that.
Okay. All right, so we're going to leave $90 million off the 5-year forecast. All right, one last thing.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Are going to have one person speak. The chairman, Howe, is running this meeting. he will speak. We're not having people jump in. We're not accusing anybody of anything. We are talking about this one particular issue, a 5-year plan. You guys cannot dictate what numbers you want in there or anything like that. The proposal is, do we request to do a 5-year plan? We're not going back and forth. You're not arguing about the school bonds. We are sticking to this one issue. Councilman Howe will acknowledge people or not acknowledge people. It is up to the chairman. We need to stop the conversations in the back. We need to have one person speak. Okay, Councilman Howe, thank you.
Thank you. Again, my final request, Mr. Cushman, stick to PCR 32-22.
Is there any language in that resolution that talks about additional borrowing? Is there any sentences, any whereas in that resolution?
I don't remember seeing any.
I
information on
recall
that.
reading it, and I recall reading that there is a whereas clause that includes additional borrowing. Anybody read
Mr.
the
Chairman?
resolution?
Mr. Chairman?
So, yes, Councilman.
I think I can clear this up if I may.
Thank you. If you don't mind.
It states on line 33, current debt obligations and the impact of any future borrowings, including the requested $350 million. So the intent of this resolution is to include all those exposures. We have $7 million that's still floating out there for Mickey Stevens that's never been approved. We have 56 or 57 million that is still sitting out there. This is something that if we release is going to be part of this forecast. So to answer Mr. Cushman's questions, I think that does address it right there. Current debt obligations and the impact of any future borrowings. My intent on this legislation is to include all of those items. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. I have one final comment. So when I was, on the city council and in years, I've been studying the budget for 15 years. I've done countless Freedom of Information Acts to look at the 5-year plan that the city has to file for the state. I'm going to make a famous quote. It's not worth the paper it's printed on because the assumptions are inaccurate. You can't find it anywhere. The city has something called state transparency reports. If you go onto your phone right now, look at the finance department website, state transparency reports. You know what they have on there? The 2017 quarterly report. Why isn't that 5-year forecast public? Why isn't it made public so we could take a look at it, see what assumptions are in there, and let's see how accurate it is? Because the finance director doesn't seem like he even wants to pertain the request, which is a totally different request from the state filing. The state filing is mandated. You have to do that. I've seen garbage in that thing. We just do it to check off a thing. Okay, we filed it. What Mr. Lattisaw is asking for is something so much more comprehensive that will allow the taxpayers to know exactly how high their taxes are going to go with not only the school borrowing, right? What did we spend last year, Mr. Chairman, between this fiscal year and last year? How much more spending did we increase the city budget? Let me just go on the
Mr.
record.
Cushman, thank you.
Okay, the finance chair doesn't know the answer. We spent $7 million more.
It's 10 minutes, and again, throwing a tax because you don't get the exact answers you want, just unnecessary. Next person to speak. Good, thank you.
My name's Rick Casella from Ward 1. We've been talking a lot about assumptions in a 5-year forecast. It seems like we all assume that the assumptions will be increases. Nobody seems to have the mentality that maybe in 3 to 5 years, we can make some inroads with adjustments to some of the costs that we see escalating. So I think that the patina in the council is it's only going to get worse. And if we make these assumptions, what good are they? Because we don't know how high things are going to go. Maybe we ought to start thinking about how low we can bring things down to make it affordable and make the forecast appear, if we all are on the same page and we want to make changes that are important and haven't been made in decades, then it would be a lot easier for us to get along when we talk about what we're going to do about a 5-year projections. But we should start thinking about how we can make things more affordable instead of how we expect them to just go up and up and up and up. Because that is a function of this council, is to try to economize and try to provide a dividend to the investors in Warwick, which are the taxpayers. And the more we lop onto, or the more we pile on with bonded indebtedness and some of the things that we can't seem to get our hands around when we look at these forecasts, the more we think about the increases. And if we started thinking about the efficiencies that we can make in every single department, it might be a lot easier for us to swallow the idea of telling people what things are going to cost, because it may not be such a shock if we all are on the same page thinking that we can make those costs lower. And to the finance chairman, I think what Councilman Lattisaw was getting at when he started to get a little heated was that when this finance chairman said, "I've already done that, I don't feel like doing it again." And to that, I was like, You're the finance chairman, you're a very busy guy, I'm sure you got a lot going, but part of your job is to produce reports and financial things, whatever your job is.
Mr. Casella, you can direct.
Let me
you can
finish,
direct that-
please.
I will.
If it
You
can fit.
direct it towards me.
Okay, he
Thank
should
you.
be able to fit whatever he can into an 8-hour day, and if he can fit a more current, real-time report or projections, then he should do it. That's all I have to say. And thank you very much for your service as well, sir, and the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move favorable action.
I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
The time is 6:44. The Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The next committee to meet will be the Inter-Governmental Committee meeting. However, we will pause at 7 o'clock to start the full city council meeting. We also have public comment this evening. There is a sign-up sheet on the podium right here, and you can see our Sergeant of Arms as well to sign up for public comment. So we will pause this next committee meeting at 7 o'clock to start the full council meeting. Thank you.
It is now 6:49 and the Intergovernmental Committee agenda will now come into order. Up first is the acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on March 7th, 2022. Do I hear a motion?
I can make the motion. Favorable action.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
The first order of business is PCR 12-22, a resolution requesting collective bargaining participants to consider reform in the City of Warwick's healthcare benefit plan design. Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the council president, I have, it was actually your recommendation, an amendment to make on the last paragraph of this. Should I put the proposed amendment in now or speak to the content first?
I mean, it's up to you. However, if you put it in now, then everybody knows what we're talking about all the way through. So.
So it was pointed out to me by the council president that I did make an error in the last paragraph by not including the bargaining group representatives. So I'll just read that paragraph. It starts on line 41. Be it further resolved that the city clerk send a copy of this resolution to the mayor, the finance director. Here's where the amendment will come. Finance director, comma, all bargaining group representatives, department heads, the superintendent of Warwick Public Schools, and the Warwick School Committee. So the amendment will be all bargaining group representatives, department heads. So this resolution is another thing that has been very, very long in coming. As you all will recall, there was very recently where I had docketed an ordinance to address these costs that we have with respect to healthcare costs. The ordinance, from comments from legal department, was problematic, and that ordinance failed. This is a resolution. It's not a directive. It's not a demand. It's not infringing on anyone's rights to negotiate any way they'd like. It's simply a request from the city council to work towards the goal of reducing the outrageous healthcare burden that has come to bear on the taxpayers. It's requesting that the bargaining groups in the administration consider these items that are in here. And a lot of them are reflective on what the state, Council 94, has. It's requesting that when they're at the negotiating table, that they consider the contributions in healthcare, which currently sit at 20%. I don't know any corporation in the private sector that has such a rich benefit plan as we have in the city of Warwick. And the reason they don't is because they can't afford them. I'm going to just run some numbers past you to reflect on what's taken place over the years. And these numbers come from the city. These are not numbers that, I make up. So in 2020, we have 964 retirees. We have 675 active employees, which obviously means we have 675 employees and taxpayers who are paying for 964 retirees who are getting free lifetime health care. Last year, I requested the numbers for what our pharmacy tab was for just the retirees. The bill for the pharmacy expenses was $4,621,467. From 2004 to 2021, the cumulative new spending on active employee benefits was $25,681,527. For retired or retirees, during that time period, it was $38,836. The liability in retiree health care in 2015, this is the outstanding liability, was $272,613,934. In 2020, 5 years later, the beginning of fiscal year 2020, that liability had grown to $363,203,570. That's a $90 million increase. At the end of fiscal year 2020, that had grown to $383,266,763. So in 1 year, it grew $20,063,193. The interest cost in 2020 on retiree health care was $9,953,310. In 2011, the healthcare cost to the taxpayers on the city side was $6.6 million. On the school side, it was $1.9 million. In 2021, the city side grew to $11.1 million. The school was down to $500,000. And these numbers, I've got the copies, anybody wants to see it. They're right here, and they're from Danziger and Markov. And it was sent to us on September 11th, 2020. The entire city of Warwick's healthcare trend in 2004, the cost for retiree health care was $4.8 million. The city active employees was $7.1 million, for a total of $11.9 million. In 2021, those numbers grew on the retirees from $4.8 million to $11.1 million. The active employees grew from 7.1 to 13.7. The total healthcare trend has gone from 2004 at 11.9 million to 24.9 million in 2021. The cost of employee benefits in 2009 was 12,403,000 versus 2022, 41,166,000. I presented all these numbers to you again. They have been presented countless times in the past, but I presented them again because while all of these things have increased to the taxpayers, these costs have increased to the taxpayers significantly since 2004 numbers. The co-pays, the cap stops, the free health care has not changed, with a minor adjustment of, I think, 1% recently by the municipal workers. We have a copay on healthcare of 20% for all active employees. We have a cap on prescription drugs, which
Excuse
is a
me, Councilman.
significant.
We're going to pause this meeting now because it's 7 o'clock. We can start the council and we'll come back to this.
Fine.
Thank you very much. So we are taking a pause of the Intergovernmental Committee at this time. In about 3 minutes, we're going to start the full council meeting. We just need to let people get set. And we will return after we are going to work on a few things at the beginning of this meeting here. Then we will return to committee where that issue will be debated and discussed. Thank you. And just a reminder, there is a sign-up sheet for public comment up at the podium. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I call the City Council March 21st, 2022 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Here. 8 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to call on Councilman Lattiser, who is going to introduce an individual who is going to lead us in the salute to the flag. Then we will play the national anthem, and then we will have a presentation after the salute. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome, everyone, to the Warwick City Council Chamber. It's truly an honor and a privilege to present this resolution of congratulations to Mr. Frank Galligan. He is the principal of the Warwick Next School, which also happens to be in Ward 5. Just throw that in, principal. This is just an incredible accomplishment, a significant honor, not just for Principal Galligan, for his students, for his staff, for the city of Warwick, for the school administration, for everyone that's in this community. The recognition is such that he was selected from 500 principals in the state of Rhode Island. Think about that. And we have him, Mr. Frank Galligan, as the recipient here with us this evening. I'm going to read the resolution of congratulations to you in a moment, but I want to share also, I've had numerous meetings with Principal Galligan. When he first became principal, I met with him because I needed to know he's got a new set of eyes on this school. What does he need? What's the wish list? What are the things that he's hoping to accomplish? What are his goals? And without hesitation, he agreed to that meeting. He set it up where a time and day was convenient for me. We met. He toured the whole school with me. We toured the outside of the school. We had a representative from the school department meet us there several weeks later to go over that wish list, to go over the things that we needed to get done, like right now, the things that we need to take care of while these students are on school vacation. That was a huge uphill challenge for him because the first project that he undertook was to repaint the interior of that building. He had to shuffle around teachers. He had to reschedule classes. He had to move students around. Where he was able to relocate them all in that building and make it all work and stay functional was quite a feat. So we have today a resolution of congratulations, whereas Frank Galligan was named the Warwick Neck Principal in July 2021, and because of his innovative spirit and enthusiasm for teaching children, has been named Outstanding First Principal of the Year. And whereas Frank Galligan graduated from Bishop Hendricken School, received his bachelor's degree from Assumption University, his master's in secondary education from Providence College, and his master's in school leadership and administration from Harvard University. And whereas prior to becoming a principal at Warwick Neck Elementary School, Mr. Galligan was the interim principal at Norwood Elementary School, taught middle school social studies for 10 years in Rhode Island, and served as an administrator and principal in both the public and private schools of Boston. And whereas Mr. Galligan has contributed to the growth and development of our community, he has always been willing to place his concern for the public good ahead of his personal interest, and thus has earned the admiration and high regard of other civic leaders and the affection of host of area residents. And whereas we recognize Frank Galligan as worthy of this highest honor and encourage him to continue his commitment to excellence. Now, therefore, it be resolved, the mayor in the city of Warwick and the Warwick City Council wish to congratulate Frank Galligan for this outstanding accomplishment and extend to him our deepest appreciation for all his dedicated work and wish him the best at all his future endeavors. This is signed by the mayor, the city clerk, and all the members of the city council. Mr. Galligan, please step up. I'll have to go. So I think it's safe to assume that we all want to hear from Mr. Galligan, right? We want to hear a few words from him. There you go. I don't want to put you on the spot or nothing like that.
Where would you like me to stand? Just right here?
You can stand wherever you'd like.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who's here tonight.
Mr. Gallo, if you could just lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance
Pledge of Allegiance first? Sure,
We
absolutely.
need to go in order first.
Sure.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Please be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Gallo. Thank you very much.
I will definitely keep it brief, but I want to first say thank you to all of you for having me here tonight. Thank you for the people that came. And I said this when I received the award about a week or so ago. Warwick is a very special place. I wouldn't have been able to accomplish half of what I've been able to do at the school, at Warwick Neck or at Norwood if it wasn't for the people that I'm surrounding myself with, faculty, staff, members of the school committee, the city administration. You know, if I was surrounded by really difficult people to work with, I wouldn't be able to get anything done. So I think it's really important that people understand just how special Warwick is and how many committed people there are, not only in our city leadership, but also in our school system. We have people that are really committed to the children and committed to, the continuity of success in our city. And so thank you to everybody for this. I certainly appreciate this. I'll cherish this. I'll always look back on this with a lot of fondness, and I'm very appreciative to Mr. Lattiser for all of the things that he's done for me and for our school and, of course, for our city. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you very much, sir. We give Councilman Lattiser a mic. He gets a little excited. That was good. Yeah, so we're a little out of order there, but it worked out perfect. So thank you for leading us in the pledge and doing the presentation there.
Mr. President, you know when you give Lattiser the mic, it's not going to be a short story.
At this time, I just want to give a roadmap of what to expect on the council meeting this evening. So we have not finished the Intergovernmental Committee, so we will go back to that. But at this time, we're going to do general communications, executive communications. I'm going to ask for the acceptance of the minutes from the March 7th meeting. Then we will do public comment. So again, last call, there's a sign-up sheet on there if you'd like to speak on any Warwick topic. Then after the 15-minute public comment is completed, I am going to make a motion and ask for the city council to adjust the agenda this evening and to take three items, to move three items that are currently under unanimous consent, move them up to the top of the agenda. If the council pleases, we will do those three items. Then we will go back. We will pause the council meeting. We will go back into the Intergovernmental Committee, finish the work out of the Intergovernmental Committee, and come back into the full committee. So I know that's a lot, but I just want to give everybody a roadmap. And as we move forward, I'll give us updates. So at this time, is there anything from the council under general communications? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, President. We have 2 meetings of the Tax Relief Commission coming up before the next City Council meeting. The first is going to be at the Warwick Public Library large conference room Saturday at 2 o'clock. And then a week from today here in the City Council chambers at 5:30. So any members of the public who would like to attend are absolutely welcome to. I'd also encourage my colleagues, especially if you do not have a designee on the commission, to also attend. And the focus of the Tax Relief Commission right now is on the existing exemptions, how they may be expanded so that people who really need the relief can receive that relief. And I'll give a brief example. I think that this one has not been updated in decades. Right now, in order to qualify for a tax freeze, a married couple who would be over age 70, so that's one of the first criteria, that someone in the household be age 70 plus or disabled. But in addition to that age 70 plus criteria, if the person is married, the total household income, the entire household, Social Security included, must be $15,000 or less. And if it's an individual, including a widow or a widower, it gets chopped in half to $7,500. I think we can all agree that folks who, well, I'll leave it at that. I think that public comment on topics like that are very important for the Tax Relief Commission to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council people under general communications? Okay, we are now moving to executive communications. There are none. I'm looking for a motion for the acceptance of the minutes held on March 7th. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman McElroy and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions on the minutes? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
Mr. Foley? Oh, sorry. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy? Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis?
Abstain.
Thank you. The 6-2, the minutes are accepted. Next up on the agenda this evening is public comment. Rule 41. Oh, no, I know. Yeah, we need to grab the sign-up sheet. Rule 41, after general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each city council public hearing meeting, there shall be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow for as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. At this time, 3 individuals have signed up. The first person is Cindy Wilson.
Good evening, everybody. Well, I'm here once again to talk about Airbnb. And for those of you that don't know what it is a rental community that has invaded our city. We have 63 in our city, and I'm the only one that's regulated. I was made to perform a series of things in 2015 to get my license. And since then, I have fought with 3 administrations to try to get everyone else to. So far, nobody has. I've met with Solomon. Here's his proposal. This is the recent Pocosi proposal. So far, nothing has happened. I want you to understand how it affects your community. It affects your community because people are buying houses and renting them to people they don't know, and oftentimes they don't even live around here. That means you could have any number of people in your neighborhood that you don't know. The new ordinance proposes that the room has to be 70 square feet. I don't know if you can visualize that. And then they propose that 4 people should be able to stay in that room. 4 people. There is one woman in Warwick that has a house that she doesn't live in, 3 rooms. So she could have 12 people. 12 people every night in your neighborhood. 12 people, 12 cars, 12 people, 12 parties. So I reached out to the city council, to every member except for Ed, because he knows about this battle, on March 9th. And I very nicely requested a private meeting with them so I could explain to them the struggles of Airbnb. There are pros and cons. I received 3 responses. One was from Mr. Foley, who said he received my response. The second was from, I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous. The second was from Sinapi, who said he was away and would call me back. And then I had I did have a conversation with Jeremy Nix and Vincent Gephardt. I was very happy that they took the time. That's it. So I want you to think about your council person, because those are the 3 I heard from, that didn't bother to take the opportunity. And I said I would go to them to help your community. Didn't bother. Several days later, I reached out and said, gee, I'm so surprised you didn't answer me because I'm trying to help your constituents. And I said, and this will be known at voter time. I received this from Mr. Foley, and I wish he was here because I'd love to look him in the face. He said, if you're going to threaten us with going to the media, please take me off this thread. There is currently no legislation in front of us on this issue. When there is, I'll decide who I want to sit down with. Good night. So if he's your councilman, think about that. And if any of them, and just so you know, most of the Airbnbs in Warwick, there's 63. I'm the only regulated one. There's many of them in Oakland Beach. I was surprised that Donna didn't reach out to me. I was surprised that our president didn't bother, because you should be setting a precedent. So my understanding is there's going to be something on the docket about this, which is why I wanted to meet with people. So again, I'm begging you to let me show you the ins and outs of Airbnb. I've been a super host since 2014. So I happen to have a little bit of knowledge. So I just wanted to let everybody know how great your council people are. They didn't bother to talk to me to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rob Cody.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. Last Friday, March 18th, I just want to remind everybody, was 7 months from the day that Mayor Pocosi went public to the press, to the media, and stated that he would seek restitution for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that was stolen from the Warwick Fire Department through the illegal unused sick pay scheme 7 months ago. Nothing's been done. No one on this council has had the integrity to put forward a resolution to go after that money that was taken from the taxpayers. He also stated to the public that he would never take political donations from employees, unions, or special interest politicians. Last quarter, he posted $28,000 in campaign contributions from those three entities. So his word kind of right now, I'm doubtful about it. I want to talk for a minute about the schools. On February 7th, the City Council unanimously passed the Stage 2 application for building 2 new schools of the cost of $350 to $400 million, and not one person on the council read the Stage 2 application. Not one. 2 people in the city have read the entire 2,000-plus page application. Myself and Mr. Cushman, because he did it through access to public records, we got the documents. If you had read it, you would find that, first of all, financially, there was a $50 million error in the amortization schedule of the payment plan. Small error, nevertheless, $50 million. You'd also find out, if you read the engineering report, that Pilgrim, which is now a Category 4 risk building, which is an official shelter, an emergency shelter, the new building is going to be built not as a Category 4 risk shelter, emergency shelter. And to do that, it's another 20 to 25%. Nobody knows that because why? No one read the documents, but you passed the documents without reading them, much like we did with the fire contract, if you recall, Mr. McAllister. There's major problems in that Stage 2 application. I have spoken with all parties, engineering, architectural, and RIDE. If anybody had read it and done their first due diligence, they would know that the $12 million of technical and furnishings are not covered by the state in reimbursement. We are now proposing schools at $700 a square foot. The maximum that the state reimburses is $551 a square foot. That leaves $74,947,000 on the table. Who's going to pay for that? This is why a 5-year plan is so important. When that school building goes cost overruns of 25 to 30 or even more millions of dollars, where's it going to come from? That's where it's coming from. Why? Because it wasn't planned. Why? That Stage 2 application should have been stopped right here because no one read it. That's completely irresponsible upon this body. Nobody read an application that affects the taxpayers for generations to come. I have specific expertise in building of schools because I've done 30 of them. Not one of them has a photovoltaic facade that costs millions of dollars. Not one. New technology hasn't ever been used. But that's what we want to do. That, and we're also going to put rock climbing walls inside the school for the students to climb up rocks after lunch and possibly incur liability. Those are only some of the small problems with this application process. We're building, right now, we have 474,000 square feet of space. We're only using 61.47% of that. We want to build bigger schools of 503,000 square feet when the demographic studies show that from now until 2040, we're going to have declining students. So this is the point. You can't just take the default position and throw it to the taxpayers, which I know what this council is going to do. They're going to say, hey, we'll give it to the taxpayers. Let them decide. Do you think how many people in here are going to read the 2,000-page document before they do this? Warwick cannot afford these schools in the presentation that they've been made now.
30 seconds.
And we need to do something about it. And the first thing is this council needs to actually read the reports that have been put forth, that you actually have the obligation to your constituents to read them, understand them, and ask questions. So I know we'll hold public forums, but unfortunately, those public forums are after the fact. And then there's nothing we can do about it except cast that debt onto the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker is Bob Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to touch on also that application process and some of the things that I saw in that. There's really no financial analysis of what this is going to have an effect on the taxpayers. We're talking about $350 million in borrowing. Just for some perspective, right now our debt limit, or our debt in the city is probably between 50 and 70 million. That's what it's been for like the last 10 years. We're going to just about make that 5 times higher, 350 million, probably $400 million. I asked questions to the council during that meeting. Did anybody look at what the debt capacity of the city? The answer was no. No one looked at it. We're actually going to have a referendum on the ballot to ask the city to go above and beyond the state law. There's a formula. I think we could borrow about 300 something million. And when you subtract everything that we've already borrowed, it's about 180, 200. We're going to have to exceed our debt limit. So the whole process has been so rushed. The school department came in knowing they had a timeline of getting this to ride, but they had to go through an emergency procedure to get it to the council. The application wasn't even finished, and the council approved it. And then when we look at this stuff, there is no analysis of what this is going to cost, and Councilman Lattisaw is proposing a 5-year forecast to include all these numbers in so we can actually see what effect it's going to have on our taxes. So here's an interesting thing. Rob just alluded to this. There's going to be hearings in all the wards, I think, coming soon by the school department. It's kind of like displaying a brand new car. Everybody's going to love it. None of these deficiencies can be changed. Once that application is approved by RIDE, that is it. So the school is not a shelter. If we want to get that change, we can't make that approval and change that. So we're going to borrow money. We're probably going to have a massive supplemental tax increase. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the process going. There'll probably be a change order because, oops, we forgot to make it an emergency shelter. That's going to cost us tens of millions of dollars or more. By the time it gets into the point where it's almost ready to be open, they're going to say, you need 10 or $20 million more. We can only get $8 million, $9 million on a maximum tax increase. So what are we going to have, another supplemental tax increase? Final point, this council tonight is going to decide to delay the revaluation process. They've never looked at the data. Nobody knows why. I know the mayor's making the proposal. It hasn't been released to the public. There is going to be some communities, that might pay less because, their value isn't going higher. But there's also going to be some people that are going to get kind of screwed because they might have got a tax break. So the thing is, if people can't afford to pay a tax increase from a reval, how the hell are they going to be able to afford to pay for what it's going to cost to build these new schools? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I have a few procedural things to go over. I'm going to request that we move up items 1, 2, and 3 under unanimous consent to the top of the agenda at this time. So we're going to take 2 different votes a couple different times. So the first vote we are going to take right now is an agreement to hear PCO 2-22 at this time. Any objection to moving up to the start of the agenda? Then we're going to take another vote, roll call vote, on if there are any objections to hearing this under unanimous consent. Then, if that proceeds, then we will hear PCO 2-22. Then we'll do the same for 2 and the same for 3. So at this time, I am looking for a motion to move item number 1 under unanimous consent, PCO 2-22, to the top of the agenda. Councilman Ricks. And second by Councilman Howe and Councilman McElroy. So the clerk is going to call the roll. This is just to move it to the top of the agenda.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes to move to the top of the agenda.
Okay, so now the next procedural question we're going to ask is, I'm going to need a motion and a second and a roll call vote to hear this item at this time under unanimous consent. So do I have a motion? Councilman Ricks.
Moved.
Second.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Sinapi, and Councilman McElroy, and Councilman Howe. Okay, so the clerk will call the roll to hear this item at this time, the PCO 2-22.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you. So we are now able to take up the item PCO 2-22, an ordinance relative to the amendment of Appendix B. So this is for second passage. I docketed this under on behalf of Mayor Picozzi. At the last meeting, I thought we had a very good and important public hearing on this. We've been hearing from constituents for over 6 months, reaching out, working on these items before us, including PCO 2-22. Are there any questions from members of the council or, that they were unable to ask at the last meeting? Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, I move favorable action on PCO 2-22.
Okay, thank you. I do want to, because we didn't get to go to committee, I have to ask the public first to speak on
Sorry.
it, then we'll take a motion. But are there any comments or questions from the council? Okay, Councilwoman Travis.
You gotta excuse me because I got the gauze of my, okay. I was not here for the first meeting, but I did talk to a lot of constituents. I did talk and I did a lot of homework on it, and I was already kind of listening to everything what everybody said before, but I just wanted you to know I did do my homework. I did follow up, so I feel that I could vote on it tonight.
Woman Travis. Councilman Sinapi.
I'm in a similar boat. I watched the meeting from afar, though I wasn't allowed to participate. Thank you, General Assembly, for not passing that law yet. But other than that, I am up to date, and I'm more than willing and able to vote should we have one.
Thank you very much, Councilman Sinapi. Any other questions or concerns from the council? Okay, as this was not in any committee, I would like to open it up to members of the public. If they have any comments on PCO 2-22, this is for second passage. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this? Are there any members of the public? To the podium, sir.
Good evening, President McAllister, members of the Warwick City Council, public members who are here this evening. And I want to basically thank all of you for prioritizing these items tonight and understanding the significance of it. I still support it, as do every resident I know that it's supported over the months. I'm not going to get into details. You've already heard those. And I also want to thank Mr. Walsh for his diligence and guidance that he's given to the City Council in moving this forward. Other than that, if this passes tonight, I want everybody in this council to give yourself a big, big pat on the back. You deserve a lot of kudos, and I feel that this legislation, once passed, will set a new model for the state of Rhode Island. During the last week, I've had people from other municipalities call me, ask me where it stands. They want a model after it. That's it. Kudos to everybody in the City Council, and hope it gets passed tonight. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on PCO 2-22? Go right up, ma'am.
Hello. I've already spoken a few times at the public meetings, but I just wanted to kind of ask if this passes tonight. I'm for it passing fully, but I just wanted to ask if this would apply to existing arrays, like the small pieces that were put in about like pesticide use, buffer zones, things like that, if the existing arrays that have been put in Warwick would be also subject to this or not.
Call on Solicitor Walsh.
So the item before us at this moment, PCO 2-22, is a series of amendments to comprehensive plan. That is the guidance document that all of our zoning ordinances need to comply with in order for them to be fully enforceable. So as it pertains to that question, if second passage is achieved by the council as to the comp plan and approved by the mayor, that would immediately go into effect as the strategic plan for how we enforce all of the zoning ordinances related to the items that it's consistent with.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's me. Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am, we just need your name for the record.
I just need your name for the record, please.
Crystal Roberts. Crystal Roberts.
Crystal, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank all of you for listening. We've been at this for months and months and months. I'm sorry. Barbara Walsh, Ward 2. Where is the mic? Good. I just want to thank all of you for the listening that you've done for the past months and months, and the mayor, and Mr. Kravitz. All of you are embodying what good government should be, which makes my heart very warm and gleeful, actually. And I'm really pleased to see this process the way it's unfolded over the last, 10 months, a year. I'm really happy about your listening to us about what we want as citizens for quality of life issues in Warwick. So thank you very much.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on PCO 2-22? Okay, Councilman Lattiser, I believe you have a motion.
We'll act on PCO 2-22.
Second by Councilwoman Travis, second by Councilman Gephardt, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Howe, and Councilman Ricks. Any final questions or concerns on PCO 2-22? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, second passage.
Thank you very much. PCO 2-22 passes. All right, we are now going to do another procedural thing. I would like to make see if I can get a motion to move PCO 3-22 sub A to the top of the agenda. Councilman Ricks.
So moved.
Second by Councilman McElroy, Councilman Howe, and Councilman Lattiser. So the clerk will call the roll just to move this item to the top of the agenda.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, move.
Okay, thank you. The next motion I'm going to be looking for is is there any objection to hearing PCO 3-22 sub A under unanimous consent? Does anyone want to make a motion? Councilman Lattiser.
Motion to move it ahead.
To hear it under unanimous consent?
Yes.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy. Okay, and Councilman Gephardt. Okay, the clerk will call the roll on PCO 3-22 sub A to hear it at this time under unanimous consent.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes to have PCO 3-22 sub A.
Thank you. So motion passes. So now we will now hear PCO 3-22 sub A. Again, I was one of the sponsors on behalf of Mayor Picozzi. I believe almost everyone also co-sponsored as well. Are there any questions from members of the council that they didn't ask during the public hearing at the last meeting? Okay, since this was not heard in committee, I would like to give members of the public an opportunity. Are there any comments on PCO 3-22 sub A for second passage that the public would like to make at this time? Are there any comments on PCO 3-22 sub A that the public would like to make at the time? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion? Councilman Lattiser.
None, ever. Make a motion for favorable action on PCO 3-22.
Sub A.
Sub A.
Thank you. Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action for second passage on PCO 3-22 sub A.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, second passage.
Thank you. PCO 3-22 sub A, second passes. Okay, one more procedural thing. I am going to ask the committee if the council, if anyone would make a motion to move PCO 35-21 to the top of the agenda. Does anyone make that motion? Councilman Gephardt.
Move PCO 3521 to the top of the agenda.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Lattiser. Okay, the clerk will call the roll to move PCO 35-21 to the top of the agenda.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes to move to the top.
Thank you. Now, the next procedural question I'm going to ask for a motion for is to hear PCO 35-21 under unanimous consent at this time. Councilman Gephardt.
Move to hear 3521 under unanimous consent.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Howe, and Councilman McElroy. Any questions on? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll to hear PCO 35-21 under unanimous consent at this time.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes. Yes.
8 yes to hear PCO 3521.
Thank you. We can now hear PCO 35-21. This is for second passage. Councilman Gephardt.
Respectfully request favorable action.
Do we have a second? We're going to open it up first. Any other comments or anything at this time? Okay. Any comments from members of the council? Okay. Again, this item was not heard in committee, so I want to give the public an opportunity to speak on this. This is PCO 35-21. Is any members of the public that would like to speak on this at this time? Any members of the public would like to speak on PCO 35-21 at this time? Okay, hearing none, Councilman Gephardt.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Howe, and Councilman McElroy. Any questions on the motion of favorable action on PCO 35-21 for second passage? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, second passage.
Thank you very much. PCO 35-21 is passed for second passage. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask for two motions. One is I'm going to ask to pause the city council meeting. We have more business to do in the Inter-Governmental Committee. But before that, I would like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess before we call the Inter-Governmental Committee. Councilman Howe.
Move to pause the council committee to go back to the committee. The council meeting to go back to the committee.
And a 5-minute recess.
And a 5-minute recess.
Second by Councilwoman Travis. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Thank you. We are in recess.
Good to see you.
It is now 8:03 and the Intergovernmental Committee resumes. We will continue with PCR 12-22, a resolution requesting collective bargaining participants to consider reforming the City of Warwick's healthcare benefit plan design. Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence in giving me so much time earlier. I'll kind of wrap it up and bring it full circle. So the intent here again is to request on the bargaining groups as well as the administration, not just the current bargaining groups or the current administration or at the request of the current city council, but on behalf of everyone moving forward to take into consideration these requests that we're putting forth when these contracts are being negotiated. And keep in mind that right now we have a cap on copay for healthcare. In some cases, it's 20%. Some cases, it's less. And in some cases, there's actually a cap on what that contribution could mean. So healthcare, as an example, could increase 10, 15%, and the cap on copay is in place. They would pay no more. The stop law or the cap on prescription drugs is a significant concern as well. You heard me talk about the cost of the pharmacy plan, and this number comes from Mr. Schaefer in 2020-21 fiscal year of $4,621,467. That's free. The taxpayers bear 100% of that. The cap on prescription drugs for active employees is $300 cap on single plan and $600 on a family plan. Think about how expensive and how costly that is to the taxpayers. So again, thank you for bearing with me on this, Mr. Chair and members of the committee and my colleagues on the council. With all of that said, I'm requesting respectfully support on this legislation that will request the bargaining groups of the administration, when they're at the table, to consider and work towards accomplishing these goals of reducing this just unconscionable, unsustainable cost of healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions or comments from the committee? Council President?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support this resolution. I thank Councilman Lattiser for bringing forward. I think this is the right venue for this. It's requesting during collective bargaining. That's where these decisions need to get made. That's where these things are negotiated. They should consider these things, and I think this is the right avenue to do this. So I support this resolution this evening, and I would like to see things collectively bargained, and they should absolutely consider these reforms when they're negotiating here. So I thank the councilman for bringing this forward, and I support this. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Ricks?
Thank you, Chairman. Let's see. As a co-sponsor, I did see this after it was initially introduced, and so after that I discussed some of the language with Councilman Lattiser, and I think that I can certainly support this. I do think that there could be a couple of minor amendments just so that our motives as a city council are clear on this. Of course, this is all part of the collective bargaining process, and everyone coming to the table on this, the city representing the taxpayers, the unions and their leadership representing active members, retirees, and new hires. Everyone needs to be represented here, and we have to find a solution that really works for everyone. So I have an amendment to propose. Pardon the length. I have just sent a copy of it to our council solicitor in writing for simplicity. So if you look at approximately line 25, so this is the first piece of the amendment, is adding a couple of whereas clauses. So the first addition would be a new paragraph that states, whereas independent actuaries presenting before the Warwick City Council have advised that the city's long-term financial condition is beyond the, quote, point of no return, comma, end quote, meaning that the funding of the city's combined contractual commitments to retirees, i.e. pensions and pensions and retirement health insurance, open parentheses, also known as other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, close parentheses, cannot be fully satisfied in the long term, even if the city imposes maximum tax increases each year in perpetuity, with every dollar raised applied to such commitments while freezing spending at current levels, semicolon, and comma. And here's the second paragraph. Whereas, if representatives of all stakeholders, open parentheses, the city and taxpayers, comma, active employees, comma, future new hires, comma, and retirees, close parentheses, cannot agree on and follow through with a plan for long-term financial sustainability that is acceptable to all before the city reaches a state of financial crisis, a financial crisis will become unavoidable, comma, and the outcomes of such a crisis would likely be disastrous to all stakeholders, semicolon. So that's the first amendment to those whereas clauses to clarify the city council's, one of the sources of the city council's concerns on this. And then as to the paragraph that begins at line 26, much of it is kept the same, and I'll just read it with the changes, and I'll note where the changes are. So it begins the same way. Whereas the city could realize a significant financial savings in annual healthcare costs if future collective bargaining agreements reformed the City of Warwick's healthcare benefit, and here I insert the word plan for consistency. So it reads, healthcare benefit plan designed by, and it continues in its current form, colon, increasing out-of-pocket maximums and pharmacy copayments to align with the state of Rhode Island's anchor healthcare plan design, semicolon, requiring a minimum co-share of 25% on healthcare coverage, semicolon. And here's where the language is stricken from the current draft that reads, or for new hires to either eliminate eligibility entirely or requiring co-share contributions towards health care coverage upon retirement. So this amendment would strike that language and replace it with and/or, comma, for new hires, comma, when they retire, comma, to pay for 100% of the premium in effect for health insurance, semicolon, and then it continues there in its present form. The purpose of this second amendment to make it clear that this city council is not requesting, I repeat, not requesting that the collective bargaining process do anything to affect the rights of new hires to receive health insurance during while they are active employees of the city. And certainly that was not the intent of the sponsor from speaking with the sponsor. But I could see how it could be read otherwise in the previous language. So we want to make that absolutely crystal clear that we're not looking to make those sorts of changes for active employees, including new hired active employees, when it comes to restructuring of health insurance in that way, with potentially, to be discussed as part of the collective bargaining process, increasing the copay for active employees to 25%. However, I also felt strongly that it's important for me as a member of the city council, and I hope that it's important for other members of this city council to express that we are not looking to eliminate this benefit for whether it's retirees, active employees, or for new hires. What I want to express is that as to new hires in particular, that's where I am most concerned about making sure that new collective bargaining agreements have mechanisms so that, especially as to the new hires, we have a means to pay for the retiree health care, the retiree health insurance. Of course, it's obviously important that we pay for it for the folks who are retirees and active employees as well. And so a starting point, at least as to the new hires with negotiations, is to start from the point where we need to figure out how that component can be fully funded. And I think that that's at least an area where there should be an ability to build consensus. So without going on too much longer and allowing my colleagues an opportunity to speak, those would be the two amendments.
Councilman Howe?
Thank you, Chairman. I would just respectfully request the committee consider holding this so we have time to review the numerous amendments. Thank you.
Councilman Gebhardt?
I started pretty clear about what we're trying to accomplish here, and then I got lost. So I would support seeing that all written down. But as far as what's in front of us here, and perhaps through the chair, the sponsor could elaborate on this a little bit. But I like this idea of saying, hey, the state plan is maybe a good example of what a plan should look like. Fair. But is it permanently a good example of what a plan should look like? Is it the plan that exists today and the design around it what we want to attempt to mimic here, or is it continuously updated to whatever the new plan is? I would just like to see a little bit of clarification, and if it's none of the above, then perhaps we just stick with requiring a minimum co-share or something like that. But I see what you're trying to do, but knowing that the state plan could change at any time, I don't want the direction to be confusing to the folks who have to interpret this and try to apply it.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll first speak to Councilman Gebhardt's comments. This again is just strictly a request to use that particular state plan as a guide moving forward. It's not to say that we need to mirror it verbatim or inclusive of all of the do's and don'ts in their plan. What they have is something significantly different than what we have, and the goal behind this resolution is to encourage our bargaining groups as well as the administration, current bargaining groups, future, et cetera, to work towards these goals of reducing the financial burden on the taxpayers for the cost of healthcare, both to active employees and retirees. There's nothing contained in here that directs any specific changes other than trying to accomplish those goals to lower the tax burden. The first amendment that Councilman Ricks made was simply a word added in line 27, just to have consistency with the title. The other two items of the whereas clauses, the first whereas clause, while there's a lot of language in there, basically all it's doing is just stating the positions that have been stated before this city council in the past by our actuaries. There's no substance of direction to anyone in making any particular changes. It's simply reiterating what was said before. The second whereas, and Councilman Ricks mentioned it to me, that on line 30, it was in fact, and I take the responsibility for this because I did proofread this, and this did not set in my mind the same way as he explained it. So on line 30, it starts with healthcare coverage, and then it says, or for new hires to either eliminate eligibility entirely or requiring co-share. That was not my intent. My intent was not to eliminate healthcare for new hires. That line in its current form, it seems in reassessing it, that's what it says. That's not the intent. There is no intent whatsoever to eliminate healthcare for new hires. So I did feel that it was imperative and agreed with Councilman Ricks on making the amendment to that. Now, having said that, I certainly, and by the way, I had concurred with Councilman Ricks on these language amendments that he made, just to be perfectly upfront with all of you. And this is something that was actually finally discussed today. The intent of this, and I do believe that we all agree that the time has come to take a position on this. We've gone decades, not days, we've gone decades and decades without having any changes in those healthcare contributions and the caps and the co-pays and the free healthcare. There needs to be a change because it's not affordable. We're not demanding it. We're requesting that they use this as a guide. Having said that, I don't want to be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, or vice versa, however that saying goes. So I would agree with the change to that verbiage, adding in the word plan at line 27. I think it's also important to clarify the language that is not going to eliminate health care for new hires, but that is going to work towards a copay for for new hires when they retire as such. So if this is like this big issue and you're ready to just scrap the whole plan, I have no problem, and I'm not speaking for Councilman Ricks, but my thought here is I have no problem with considering something else clarify the language on that one line to make it crystal clear that we're not looking to eliminate healthcare for new hires. So that's where I am.
Any questions or comments from the public?
Thank you. Earl Simpson. I'm not sure where we are with Councilman Rick's changes on stuff, but I thought there might have been like a typo in here. In the whereas clause that starts on line 26. On line 30, there's an or before that last clause. And it seems to me like you're saying you can make savings by doing this, this, or this. And it seems to me that that or that's on line 30, healthcare coverage, semicolon, or, and this is where we were changing things on the new hire, that shouldn't be an or. That you can save money by doing this, the first clause before the colon, this. It just seems to be strange that you'd have that or clause there. But I'm not sure where we are with your amendments on stuff, because I don't have a copy of that, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We weren't able to circulate a copy in advance, especially with the Open Meetings Act as it is. And, well, it would have to be posted before by the end of the day Thursday, and we didn't have this fully drafted, the amendments, by the end of the day Thursday. But to specifically address that, or at that second to last semicolon there, that is one of those items that I addressed in the amendments by switching it to and/or.
Okay, Barbara Walsh, Ward 2. I have been sending you emails about this since Councilman Lattiser originally put it in the old version. And I'm really happy to see this coming forward again as a resolution. I know you guys aren't negotiating anything, but you approve what has been negotiated. And so when you signal up front, there are certain practices that for the next set of contracts you might not approve. I think that's really laudable and setting a tone for what the city is willing to pay for. I don't understand at all why we can't change what new employees who haven't been hired yet will get at retirement. I think that should be changed now. And I also don't understand why the city of Warwick pays far more generously in their health benefits to retirees than the state employees get. And state employees, they get very generous benefits. I'm a proud retired state employee. Our benefits are, I don't want to say, they're not excessive, but they're really good. And Warwick's is better, and there's no reason for that. Warwick should be kind of like in a reasonable range, not making taxpayers who don't get the same benefits pay for what in my view is excessive benefits. Even the state changed some retiree benefits going back to the COLAs, and everybody said that couldn't be done. Well, it was done, and it should have been done. It was the right thing to do, and it happened. It can happen here too. There is no chance ever that Warwick employees won't get reasonable benefits. There is no chance that new hires won't get medical benefits that are quite generous and good benefits. That will never happen. They will always be well paid, and they will always get good benefits. And there's no doubt in my mind that no executive and no council would put into effect what those tenets in a contract would be, and that you would then ratify them. I think things just should be reasonable. And when I look around at people who are not working for government, either at the city or state level, they're not getting any of these things. And yet we expect them to pay for them. And I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's reasonable. And I was really happy to give up my COLA because it was the right thing to do. And some people who get these benefits do feel that way and try to think in a more fair way about what other people are expected to pay for. So I would ask that you continue with this effort, and the contracts are set for another few years. If you are all sitting here in 3-4 years, when the next contracts come up, I ask that you remember all this, you remember this resolution, and if things don't happen, don't ratify. You've got the big stick, use it. Thank you.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. Just an observation, Mr. McAllister. Often is the time that I've heard you chastise members of the general public if they're having a side conversation. But that goes both ways. This lovely young woman just came up here and spoke. And you didn't hear a word she said. You had a side conversation.
Do you have anything on this comment?
Yeah, I do.
Do you have on
This-
PCO
this is-
12-22?
This is specific to it, and you should pay attention because what you did is rude. There's an old saying, if you're making eye contact, we can tell you're paying attention. What you just did was rude, and I suggest that you review.
Don't have anything to say
I
on
do.
PCO 12-22, you can move on.
I do.
sir. PCO
Follow
12-22.
the rules that you set up, because what you
Excuse
did
me,
was
sir.
ignorant.
Excuse me,
And now
sir.
I'm going to say what I have to say.
Excuse me, sir. One person speaks at a time. You will speak on
Right,
12-22.
she was speaking and
nothing
you
else.
weren't listening because you were having a side conversation. Is it different rules for you than it is for us?
Would you have anything on
Evidently.
12-22?
I made my point. I've come here for years when we've talked about making changes to the unsustainable healthcare system that we have. And I've heard many city council members make the statement, we can't change it because we made these promises. I didn't make any promises. The taxpayer doesn't have a seat at the table during negotiations. The taxpayer has no seat at the table when reviewing the tentative agreements. You people made these promises, not us. The only role we play is in the funding formula. So we've never been able to have a seat at the table to say, these are unsustainable. All we do is pay the bill. And the problem is that during these negotiations, there's favoritism that you can clearly see when you look at campaign donations on the Board of Elections. And it's sad because you're talking about making changes to new employees. So maybe 30 years from now, we'll start to see some minor savings. We didn't make any promises. You people made the promises, and the administration made the promises that we can no longer afford. It's time to make some changes.
Robert Cushman, Ward 1. Just something to ponder. The day an active employee retires in Warwick, their healthcare copay goes to zero. That means the active employees actually pay more than someone who retires. So the day they retire, their healthcare is free. So that's one of the reasons why when you look at the school department, I think Councilman Lattiser referred to it, it costs about $12 million for healthcare in the city of Warwick on the city side. On the school side, it's $500,000. I was on the school committee, I was on the council, so I know this stuff. And the reason why is, on the school department, when they turn 65, they go on Medicare. They're totally off the system. In the city of Warwick, we pay the full cost of their Medicare. Not only that, as we pay for a supplemental plan. So anything that Medicare doesn't cover, we cover 100%. No copay. Now, if they retire at 52 years old or 55 years old, for 10 years, we pay 100% of the full premium. This is why our healthcare costs are so high. These costs are out of whack. I mean, they're excessive. You know, there's something I looked at in the city financial documents called net position. I just want to read this to you. because I just want to prove to you that this hasn't happened overnight. So the auditors say that net position may serve over time as a useful indicator of a government's financial health. They go on to state that over time, increases or decreases in the city's net position are indications of whether its financial health is improving or deteriorating. If you look at that over the years, over the last 10 years or so, our net position is minus $559 million. Net position is basically assets minus, liabilities minus your assets. So we're negative $559 million in the hole. And then the reason this is important, because, we're talking about we want to be able to fund schools and things like that. We looked at East Providence's net position is minus 61 million. We're almost 10 times worse than them. That's why they could build a school. What we need to start talking about, this buzzword, it's called shared sacrifice. Shared sacrifice means if we want to build schools, if we want to buy police vehicles or anything else that we want to do in the city, everybody has to start chipping in. Not only just the taxpayers, it's got to be the active employees, it's got to be the retirees. I looked at the city budget and the school budget, and I looked at the total amount we spend in a year between both budgets on benefits. This is active and retired. It's about $98 million. It's $100 million between the city and schools. Think about for a second, and this isn't going to be easy because now you're talking about, you guys don't collective bargain. I know that, but you do ratify contracts. If you save 10% of that $100 million, you could build one high school without raising a dime in taxes. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, shared sacrifice. You can't only put this burden. This thing is a common sense resolution because it's just starting the dialogue. I don't totally agree with, promises were made and promises have to be kept, because promises were made where we didn't go out and figure out how much it cost. We gave, Mayor Avedisian 10 years ago put a $600 cap on prescription drug. There was no actual report. Nobody went out to the how much is this going to cost us to do? So when we talk about, we have to continue to make these payments, we can't afford it. If you look at your OPEB liability, we pay 11, 12 million a year. You know what we're supposed to be paying? 35. We need to be putting $23 million more in taxes every single year into a fund. How the heck are we going to do that? We can only raise maximum taxes 8 or 9 million. We don't even know if we can afford schools. We surely can't afford to be putting $23 million more. That's why this dialogue needs to start. And like I said, it's not going to be easy. There's only one contract in the history of this city that was not ratified. I think Councilwoman Travis was on the council when I was there. It was the crossing guards in 2007. You know why it wasn't ratified? Because the contract had crossing guards who work an hour a day, get lifetime health care and family plan health care. And you know what we said at the time? We can't afford this anymore. So we got to start, talking about the shared sacrifice. What can we afford and what can't we afford? And it's not going to be easy. And if the administration comes in with a contract that doesn't make these fundamental change, don't ratify it. Send it back. Put a line in the sand and say, we want to be able to build schools. We want to be able to afford, vehicles, garbage trucks. We want to be able to repair our roads. We want to be able to make sure that the pipes aren't breaking and water spewing all over the place. How are we going to do that? Can't all be on the taxpayers. It has to be a shared sacrifice. And if you just go after the extreme benefits, I'm not talking about the everyday benefits. Police and fire should have good benefits. They have a dangerous job. They should have benefits that are above what an average citizen gets because they have a dangerous job. The fact is, we shouldn't be paying people $175,000 a year pension 20 years from now because they get a 3% compounded COLA. We shouldn't be putting these caps on prescription drugs that are costing us $4 million. Those are the extremes. Get out the extremes and you could easily save $10 million a year. One last thing. The Evergreen contract legislation, that's going, I think, to the Supreme Court. Warwick never joined that suit. I think you should. I don't know why Mayor Solomon didn't do that, but I think the city of Warwick, Cranston joined, and a lot of municipalities joined. You should find out tomorrow, how can Warwick join to get that law overthrown? It's sad that our former councilwoman, Vella Wilkinson, was the person that led the charge to pass that, and she just tied the hands behind the administration's back and the school committee's back. Because you can't make changes to these things right now. That's why it's going to be so hard to do this. But one thing that I would say is, join the forces and try to get that repealed. At least then you would have a fighting chance. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I request a 5-minute recess? Chairman?
So I move to put this to the floor without any amendments and whatnot. That way the full council has time to look at everything with all the proposed changes laid out. Aye.
Thank you.
Understand you here.
So
I
moved
asked for a
for-
5-minute recess, so I assume that was denied.
So what happened was it was moved to the floor with no recommendation so that all these proposed edits could be looked at in tandem and decided upon. So basically, it's on the
so
full floor.
You just moved it to the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, fair enough. Now, can I request a 5-minute recess? Mr. Chairman?
Number 2 on the agenda is PCR 33-22, a resolution requesting the General Assembly enact legislation delaying the City of Warwick's second statistical update following the 2015 revaluation from 2021 to 2022, and to be based on valuations as of December 31st, 2022. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important topic that we have before us this evening on revaluation. We have Neil is going to get into the details for us, but this is new times. COVID is hit. It is a whole new world. Every 3 years, we're supposed to do a revaluation. As we've all seen, housing prices are at an all-time high. I know in Greenwood, where I live, there is homes that are selling for $400,000 right now. And a few years ago, they were around $250,000, $300,000. I mean, that is a huge increase. So what the administration is asking, and I'm a sponsor of, is that we ask the General Assembly to delay this reval. Now, this is not unique to Warwick, Rhode Island. This is an issue facing communities in Rhode Island and across the country. There are 4 other communities at this time that are doing similar, we're going to make the similar request to the General Assembly. Johnston, East Providence, and Lincoln. Jamestown is looking to consider it at a future council meeting as well. So this is not a unique to Warwick, Rhode Island situation where the housing prices are really high. In the state of Connecticut, in their General Assembly, they have a bill that they're working on right now that will allow every city and town in Connecticut the option to delay the reval for up to 2 years. So that is still going through the state legislature in Connecticut. So I think it's important to frame this, that this is not just a Warwick, Rhode Island issue. However, we are here on the Warwick City Council, so that's why we are talking about Warwick this evening. So the way our charter is set up, we cannot just say we're not going to do the reval. We need to send it forward to the General Assembly for them to take a vote on that, and that is what we were asking for this evening. So I just wanted to frame that there is other cities and towns that are going around the same route here in Rhode Island and across the country, including our neighbor in Connecticut. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I will pause for there, and I do believe that the director can speak to this topic as well.
There we go. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the council. We started the reevaluation process well over a year ago. And at that time, we knew it was going to be a challenging one. We knew that the market was going to have very wide shifts in the tax burden from one class and even within the classes. But what we didn't know at the time is how limited the market activity was going to be. I've got over 35 years experience conducting reevaluations in several different states. over 50 different projects. This is by far the worst unstable real estate market that I've ever seen. That includes market crashes like 2008, when the market dropped 40% overnight, when the stock market crashed. The reason for that, in a typical year, on a typical day in Warwick, we've had 250 to 300 houses for sale on the market. In this year, when I left the office today, as a matter of fact, we had 61 houses for sale. So about 20% of what we typically have. At the same time, the demand rose incredibly, right? So we got people moving out of other states, people working from home. Warwick's a desirable place to live. It's an affordable place to live. To somebody coming from Boston or New York, parts of Connecticut, these prices seem low. So we've got a case where we don't have balance between supply and demand. Those are necessary components of a stable real estate market. On the commercial side, we had businesses that weren't allowed to open because of COVID. We had businesses that actually increased because of COVID. Because of the low availability of housing to buy, a lot of people that wanted to stay in the city had to rent. You currently cannot find a vacant apartment to rent at a realistic price. Those type of things force the values to go up for the apartment owners. So it's not just the residential thing. We also saw the same thing with self-storage. Again, COVID-related impact. So we don't have a stable market on the commercial side. We don't have a stable market on the residential side. So as an appraiser, I'm also a certified general appraiser in addition to being a tax assessor. When we do appraisals, supply and balance have to be in sync for that value that we come up with to be something we expect to carry forward. So I don't feel it's prudent to recommend we implement values that we know are not stable, and it's doubtful that they're going to continue over the 3-year period that we'd have to hold them for. The last time we saw gas prices in the $4 per gallon range was 2008. As we already talked about, the stock market crashed, the real estate market crashed. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm saying the signs are there, and there's a lot of things that could impact by themselves the real estate market. And we've got several different things right now with the global war going on and other factors. So my recommendation is for favorable action to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Council? Rick?
Thank you. I try to listen to the experts. Tax Assessor Neil Dupuy is about as excellent an expert as we could have. I fully agree with his opinion on this, and I would request to be added as a co-sponsor.
Any other questions? Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Favorable action.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm going to again request a 5-minute recess, and I'm going to refer to Rule 23. Rule 23 says the following motions shall be undebatable. Item 3 is take a recess. Mr. President?
Yep, the committee's over, so I will take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
It is 8:46, and the Intergovernmental Committee adjourns.
Good evening, everyone. We are back from our recess. So just for everybody to be up to date on where we are on the agenda, we have done roll call, we have done the salute to the flag, we have done general communications, we've done executive communications, we've done the acceptance of the minutes, we have done public comment. We are now on number 1, the consent calendar. So first item is PCR 34-22, a resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2022-284, water tank rehabilitation. Bid 2022-285, Warwick Police Department renovation analysis. Bid 2022-373, Windows Server Operator Systems licenses. Bid 2022-080, workstation, laptop, tablets, printers, copiers, computer peripherals. Bid 2022-374, SolarWinds additional polling engine. Bid 2021-240, Charlie, City of Warwick gasoline, low sulfur diesel, ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. Bid 2023-011, reaccreditation services. Bid 2023-015, police advertising for licensing. Bid 2022-369, at scene traffic crash, traffic homicide investigations. Bid 2022-368, crisis negotiator conference. Bid 2022-152, repair parts for snowplows. Bid 2022-270 Delta, original equipment manufacturers parts for various vehicles. That concludes the bid package, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Howe. Are there any questions on the bid package that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. Next up, we are now moving to unfinished business. Number 1 this evening is PCR 28-22, which is now 2022-336, repairs to rescue 2, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Gephardt, Councilwoman Travis. Go ahead, Councilman.
The committee voted favorable action on this item, Mr. President.
Okay, and that's a motion, and it's been seconded. Any questions? Councilman Lattiser.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. As I said in the committee meeting, I will be voting no on this item. It's not any reflection on the fire department or the city council. I need to stand firm on my position that we are entitled to getting that documentation for the hours and the hourly rate, and both the insurance company and the vendor obviously apparently have provide us with that. So I will be voting no for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. Any other questions or comments from the council? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. The motion passes. We're now moving on to new business. First up is PCR 12-22, committee report, Intergovernmental.
We moved it to the floor, Mr. President, without a recommendation.
Okay, as the sponsor, Councilman Lattiser, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I will propose 3 amendments.
We're going to have you make a motion to favorable first.
Okay,
We'll get a
sorry.
second, then we'll.
I make a motion for favorable action on PCR 12-22.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Rex. And now Councilman Lattiser.
Okay, in discussing this with our council solicitor, I will have him read into the record several amendments that I made, or that I would like to make.
Thank you, members of the council. Councilman Lattiser moves an amendment in 3 parts as follows. On line 27, at the end, following the word benefit, inserting the word plan. On line 30, deleting the words or for new hires to either eliminate eligibility entirely or requiring co-share contributions towards health care coverage upon retirement. and then inserting in its place the words and/or, comma, for new hires, comma, when they retire, comma, to pay for up to 100% in co-share for their healthcare coverage. And the final portion of the Lattiser amendment is on line 43, following the finance director, comma, inserting the words all department directors, comma, all bargaining group representatives, comma.
Thank you. So the word plan, that's pretty easy. The last change with notification is pretty easy. And the middle change, which is to clarify there was no intent ever to eliminate healthcare for new hires. It is establishing a goal in the negotiating process between the bargaining groups and the administration, a recommendation from us to establish a goal to negotiate up to 100% of the healthcare costs for retirees. It's not saying, I'm sorry, for new hires when they retire. This is strictly new hires. And it's not to say that this is a demand. It's, again, a suggested plan to reduce these costs of healthcare. And with that said, I would move favorable action as amended.
Is there a second on the amendment? Second by Councilman Ricks. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Cole? Oh, Mr.
Yes.
Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes to amend.
Okay, the amendment passes. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. I'd move favorable action on PCR 12-22 as amended.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Ricks. Any questions on the amendment or this favorable action as amended? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, favorable as amended.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up this evening is PCR 32-22, Committee Report Finance.
Favorable action?
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Move favorable action on PCR 32-22.
Second by Councilman Ricks and Councilman Howe. Any questions on PCR 32-22 that were asked during committee earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank
8
you.
yes, the motion passes. Next up this evening is number 3, which is PCR 33-22, Committee Report, Inter-Governmental.
Favorable action, Mr. President.
For action, Councilwoman Travis, can you move that for me, please?
I move favorable action on PCR-33-22.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Gephardt. Any questions on PCR 33-22 that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up, if you're following on the agenda, we have already done the 3 items for unanimous consent. We have already addressed those. So we are now in unanimous consent. Ward 2, anything to docket under unanimous consent?
Pass.
Ward 3? Pass. Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 8? Ward 9? Pass. Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All those in favor of moving the docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, hearing none, we are in the docket session. Ward 2, anything to docket this evening?
Pass.
Ward 3? Pass. Ward 4?
I have one, Mr. President. I'd like to remove no parking signs on Allard Street.
We're going to put that in ordinance. Anything else, Ward 4?
No.
Okay. Ward 5, anything to docket? this
Yes, Mr. President. I have a resolution, and the title is the City Council Budget and Forecasting Oversight Committee.
Intergovernmental. Anything else, Ward 5?
No, all set.
Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7, I have one to docket. It's a resolution, resolution regarding ward line boundaries. Okay, so that'll come out of the Ward Redistricting Committee. And that's all I have from 7. Ward 8, anything to docket? Ward 9. There is no more business before the City Council. Everybody have a good evening.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I mean, what they went in, they didn't change it after. Okay. Good.